Well, that shit we shouldn't be talking about.
Right. Is there one down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been hot as shit the last few days. I was glad it breathing down quite a bit.
Yeah, I throw my windows open. I got this fan. It's a great fan. And like on its lowest setting is what like a normal box fan is on its high setting. So it's like when this thing, when you turn it on high, it's whipping.
Hurricane.
Yeah. And I just turn that, and just the stand it sits on, and then I just turn it so it's pointing at the ceiling, and I just let it go. Man, cools off real quick. But when the sun comes back out and heats back up again.
I'm not wild about the rain in my shop because the temperature climbs, and then the clouds come over, and the temperature. So today it leveled out at about 90. Wow, it's just freaking hot. And then it's freaking rained. So there goes the humidity. So sweating like a freaking sponge.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything, just a lot of sweat. And still 90. Calling inside freaking carbon towers. There's gotta be 120 plus in there. Hey, let's put all the leather protective gear and freaking helmet and all that gloves and shit. And then hang around a little pool of molten metal. Isn't that fun?
I always say that about the guys in containment because they got to do that stuff along with the PCs. They got to throw on I think they got it down now where they wear just like a special set that's a little bit heavier cotton or something, or something that it's not flammable. But them dudes, they take their shit off, man. Just like somebody dumped a bucket
Too
on
hot for that. I'm like,
Too hot for that.
Yeah.
Don't even fuck with that hat.
I even looked at it. I'm like, no,
No.
that's okay. And I've been running the AC things, trying to cool it off a little bit down here, but
You got that fan thing on underneath? Okay.
Yeah.
So I can feel that.
yeah,
That's
it's
nice.
on.
Thank you.
But thank you guys for joining us, and welcome to Ocean Bound, D&D on a whim. Ocean Bound, episode 24. So a little bit of stuff going on. We thank you guys for joining us. I'm going to have the Rumble live chat open, so if you guys want to join us for live chat, questions, comments, concerns, if you're like, oh wow, what you're doing is stupid, let me know. But I've got the live chat up and ready to go, so feel free to join us on Rumble for live chat. You will have to make an account, but you should have an account already because you should have already made an account to subscribe to us.
This is episode 24. By the way.
I mean, it's episode 24, and that's of the live episodes. We also had the pre-episodes because we started live streaming at level 3, but we started practicing before then. Well, we live streamed actually all the pre-episodes too. We just didn't advertise that we were, and then we didn't save them online for viewership. That'll come down the road. But with that in mind, if you prefer to watch us on other things as well, you should be able to watch us on Facebook right now. You can't watch us on Facebook Gaming because, again, randomly, Facebook Gaming is like, everything's all ready to go, and I might go live, and it's like, I can't do that, and I don't have time to play around with it. So we just did the basic Facebook connection, so you'll be able to see us on the Facebook page. And then we're also on Twitter, and then we're on Rumble, and of course Twitch. So whichever you guys prefer, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, feel free to watch us. With that in mind, Alex?
Ela.
Ela?
We'll be late.
Oh yeah. Ela's gonna be late.
As usual.
I can announce it, but we know. We'll see.
Typical.
I can get past that because we have stuff to do. It is 1347. The year is 1347. The month of Evandra. It is the 32nd day of Evandra. Right at the crack of dawn, people are spreading out, planning on going out to meet up with former crew members. Ela up and gone already. Norin probably up and gone already because you can head there. You don't really need to sleep. Gorak and Net probably still resting a little bit, not quite up. I don't know if you hit it right at the crack of dawn or not.
Quiz sure did.
Quiz did though. Quiz got up just a little bit before the crack of dawn, to go meet up with somebody. So, it is the 32nd day, and we start off in the Landlutter at dawn. It's a quiz, you come in, and my notes are right here. I'm like, what do I actually need? I got all the crew stuff out. I need this guy out. Where are you hiding from me? There he is. As Grell Victal, known as Black Cloak, is preparing, and you come in to a room. He's sitting in a chair. There's a rough bed that's covered in splotches of inks and paints and other things possibly. It's like it's had some whiskey poured over it, so it's probably fine. It's dry at this point.
See, it sounds like alcohol abuse to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to sanitize. As you see some gemstones laid about, different small vials of pigments, and he's got a series of long, just thin needles that burr off into multiple needles at the end, and he's just running them over fires and setting them down and getting them all set up. Oops. You're on time. It's a good thing.
Hey, just thinking about it. I think I want 2 tattoos.
2 tattoos.
You did.
Yeah. I like business, so I can't complain about that. What are we thinking about?
Feather fall and fly.
Feather fall and fly? Absolutely.
I can't get done what I was thinking about with just one of them. I need them both.
Understandable. Absolutely. Give me 1 second, because this is just a little bit too much, and it's not actually doing anything over here other than being loud at this point. Because it'll do the same amount at this point now that the ice is melted.
Right.
Probably. Still running, but it doesn't have to be screaming while it's running. We've got everything all set up for fly right now.
I understand. If you have
I
to do a
can
second
do
one
fly.
tomorrow, that's fine. But if you could do it today, that'd be great.
I could probably get it done today and send my assistant out for the proper materials.
It'll work.
What do you think of design for fly?
I'm thinking like a tridal with instead of just the tridal marks the way that they are, scimitars and daggers.
Some scimitars and daggers wrapping around. Where do you want to put it? With the lower arm, wrist, upper arm.
Lower arm to wrist. Both of them.
You can make that work. Fly is going to take more.
I understand.
I can do feather fall at, yeah, no offense, you're at smaller arms. Probably going to take 3-inch wrap all the way around for your arm, but for fly, you need most of a good portion. Probably, do you want to be able to cut it off with a coat?
That's in there.
I could go elbow out into the hand, probably.
Get into the fingers, make an indicator in there to be cool.
Do something fun with that. I could have a scimitar coming off and daggers coming off onto the fingertips.
There we go.
Something fun. Yeah. I can make something like that work. I don't have my note right here. Do you remember what he said for price?
5,000, I thought, for
Should be
the
5 for, yeah, because
feather
it's
fall?
not a lot. Yeah, 5. Let me guess that. So fly is a pretty big step up probably going to be, probably do it for 35.
How much?
35,000.
All right, 5 in it?
How about we call it 30? Tip you 10%.
I can make that work. I can make 30 work. Yeah. Since we're doing this one anyways, depending on how well you sit and how good I can get it down, I can make that work.
Right.
We'll set the price after you get your first one. We'll aim for that. If you're a twitcher, I might need my 35.
I want to be twitching.
For sure. And he'll start laying out the materials. You watch. He takes some fancy gemstones, and he actually pulls out what? Give me an Arcana.
11.
You've seen these before because they use them a bit in Journal. It's a spell stone, which basically you can cast a spell into it and then use it later. So he's got one, and he actually starts going through and he takes out some jeweler's kit stuff, and he starts chipping at it very lightly, and he's carving runes into it. And as he's carving runes into the edge of this gemstone, he'll take it and he'll take just a light brush, and he brushes what's left into a little funnel, and it goes into the inks. It swirls up, and you watch the inks just kind of glow up a little bit, starts going through. And as he prepares and he breaks down this gemstone, he doesn't start breaking the gemstone until after he pays off. He gets all set. He starts breaking on gemstone. You watch this gemstone just starts to slowly, as he's carving these runes and going through, the inks start to light up. Mostly blacks and grays, nothing too crazy because it's kind of what you're looking for. Eventually this gemstone just seems to kind of start to crack and crumble, and it looks like the magic essence that was part of it just shatters out and is gone. And he's got these inks that have this light glow to them, and he'll go in and he'll start to push into it and get everything done. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
16.
16? You did pretty well. Oh, pretty doing good. And he puts on a pretty good tattoo. It's not phenomenal, but it looks good. If you really highly start to go into it, you might notice a few places where the blade of this dagger seems to get a little bit thicker in that place. Well, for being a 5, he has advantage on his performance to make it, but the magic's still there. He can't fail the magic, but he can fail his art a little bit.
Magic works. They can just look at
it. Still looks good though. You've got these daggers and swords that seem to wrap around and go through, and
30 fucking grand.
It's also a pirate.
That's a 5 grand. This is a 5 grand.
5 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
I know.
meant to look phenomenal. It's more of just one of those
You
things.
just bring Fig in for the 30.
That's a good call.
But it looks good. But I'm saying, if you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, no, that looks great. But if you, it's one of those ones. If you just spend there and just stare at it for hours, you're gonna be like, oh, it's a little bit off right there. Like if you start taking some sort of measuring device, you'd be like, yeah, that blade's the blade where it's kind of curling. When the blade curls, it gets a little bit thicker in one place and a little thinner in another place, and it's a curved dagger, not a scimitar. Scimitar should do that, but not the curved dagger. If you're really picky about it, you'll find stuff, but for the most part, it's still good. With his set and everything here, he has a plus 15, so it's still 20 for me. But so he'll go through and he starts doing that. While that's happening, you're laying in the bed, just kind of focused out, and you're laying back, and you've got your arm up, and he's got it set, and he's got 2 straps on. He's got basically your palms open, and he's got your hands strapped down, and another thing, and then it's just open, and he's just working around. And at points he'll unstrap you, let you kind of flex and move and go through. he applies little bits of it's almost like healing salve that kind of goes over that. You notice it'll stop the bleeding and it kind of cleans up everything. A lot of the redness fades away. He looks at where he's at, plays around with things, and starts going through. And of course, all this is he's just stick and poke, just
the old school. Hell yeah.
and just filling in. Mostly doing a one that it's basically 10 rounded needles all together, and he's just filling in the big bold lines. Lots of gray shadows where he uses gray to make, when the swords cross, gray to fill it out, so it looks like two black swords crossing, but you see just enough of a shadow to give the differentiation between the items, but it looks good. What are we doing?
They move every time we come out here. What's up with that?
I'm like, it's like, why do we have to determine wherever, like, oh, let's just straighten up every chair in the house.
Just gotta check them.
And they'll be crooked until next Wednesday.
Right? Then they'll straighten them out again.
Yeah, it's okay. As you're laying there, arm out, just kind of focusing past what's going on, you feel this slight pain in the back of your mind. Just this little pinch that seems to take away from that, and you're kind of confused for a moment. But when this happens, you feel like something that was there breaks. This connection. You start to have little glimpses and memories of being on the Black Betty. The time that you were on this ship and you had your mental capacities violated. As something came into your mind. As you feel this little pinprick of this breaking feeling, you start to see and remember times where you're on the ship and the crew is relaxing on deck as Amanita and Ela and Net and Lorquin are playing songs and dancing and singing, and a lot of it seems to gray out. It's like you're seeing this black and white vision, except for Lorquin. You're seeing these glowing essence around her hands as she's playing, and her voice as it's coming out, and this essence of who she was that's remained beyond the psychic link seems to kind of resonate with you as this pain disappears. It's almost as if that resonance just covers that. And then as you're looking through the memories, you know she's there, but she seems to kind of just disappear into the background and not necessarily be that same thing that she was before. Suddenly you realize, yep, some guy's stabbing me, needles in my arms, and it's all kind of gone. About 15 minutes later, though, you start to get this spike again. And as it's going through, you see the passing storms that had brought you to the ship. Off in the distance, different things going on, and you're kind of pulled a little bit out of your body as you see up in the crow's nest, the owl's nest. Aiken is up, and he's got charts out, dagger pinned to the walls. He's got multiple charts out. He's going through and he's looking up, and you can see, for a lot of people, it would just be kind of this mess, but he's pinpointing and it's almost drawing lines in between things, and he's creating this map from the sky and the stars above him. And he's looking at it, and he's looking at the storms off in the distance, and he's feeling where they're going and how it's going, where the water is pushing, the waves are, and where the wind is blowing the feather tails that he has coming off of the edge of the crow's nest. You can see he literally has plucked his own feathers and tied them on just to gauge where the wind's blowing. He's getting all set. And then he mentions down to the captain, you need to adjust about 5 degrees. push this. We've got it. We'll get ahead of the storm. And you just get this feeling that he just knows what's going on around between the stars and the skies and the storms and the seas. You just get this understanding of kind of how he was doing it, and that essence is what was Egg, and everything else around him was reshaped and rebuilt by this aberrant creature.
Mental dominance.
But you just have that little spark of that manages to again resonate, and as soon as the resonation goes through, the pain's gone from your head immediately back to the arm again, and
so that pain's still there.
You go through. But you just get this feeling like when you were mentally linked to them, something stayed with you. And you continue to get your tattoo done for the next little bit.
Right.
Gorek, do you want to wake up roughly around dawn and head over to the ward estate with everybody else? They were kind of talking about being there to try and check on Lorquin and Aiken to see if the process has helped them.
Oh yeah, I'll take a look briefly.
Cool. So you head there. You get there. Norin, you're there. You guys are kind of waiting outside. They're like, yeah, no, she's in the middle of casting right now, getting some stuff done. Don't necessarily want to invite you in right at the moment. Don't take it in a bad way, but she'd rather not have. They are already hostile. If something happens and you guys want to switch stuff up, she just doesn't want to have to deal with that. So she makes you wait for a few moments as things are going through. And at one point, just after dawn, you both kind of get this fracture in your mind, this spike as well, which manifests itself in different ways. Golrak, as you stand there, you get this weird feeling. You hear this thunderous roar behind you, and you hear lightning cracking and striking. And you get this almost vision, which seems like just a man made of storms standing atop the sky itself, ocean underneath him. And he's just manifesting these lightning bolts, and as he throws them, just thunder booms out. You get this vision of this creature, and you realize that there was times where, there was stories told of different gods, and there was a time where Lorcan was speaking of, when talking about how some of what you do was thought to be a blessing of Cord. As a Storm Herald, you had this essence in him. You hear her words, and as it goes through, it seems almost as if her words become this like booming, thunderous voice in your head. You also see Aiken kind of moves alongside you as you're staring off at these skies. Lorquin, her booming voice telling you the story of how Cord infuses certain people, how some people carry the blood of Cord from Cord's dealings long ago, or maybe not so long ago, but his dalliances on the mortal realm. But she tells you this, and as she does that, Aiken comes up next to you, and you can see he kind of shows you how to kind of pull in and shape some of the clouds around. You watch as this druidic magic kind of shapes it, and you feel these clouds just kind of billowing around you and pulling into your body, as you feel this spark of energy within you. but it's raw, and it's primal, and it's something that you can't control. As Aiken tries to pull it in, and he's pulling it in to try to show you, it bursts free. You just absorb all of it. Kind of looks to you. Laura Quinn looks to you, and she goes, "Arcane magic can't control that." Aiken says, "Druidic magic can't control that." But you know that deep inside you, you have this strength that you can unleash. And the pain kind of fades, and now you're standing in front of the ward estate, just waiting. Norin, at the same time as he first gets that pinching feel, you start to feel this same just psychic severance, like there's some sort of connection being shattered between your mind and another creature's. You felt it before when you were first taken away from from the Black Betty. When Moot and when Afgufa himself removed the psychic link that the Elder Brain had on you and gave you the ability to maintain yourself without sleep, to protect you from it. You felt some of these psychic links break, but there's connections still. There's a few of them that are there, and you feel one of them shatter. And as it shatters, you see Laura Quinn, and you watch as this strength about her permeates your body. This will that she has, her presence just has this nature that just forces herself upon you. She, with the simplest turn of phrase, with the smallest stretch of the truth, she can make people believe what she wants, and she just has this force of personality that can break through the defense of most creatures. And you feel this energy resonates from her, and as it resonates, you kind of feel it coming into you, and you see as that resonant energy gets right as it touches you, just barely as that energy touches you, that vibrating energy turns black with this reddish glow and comes into your body, and you feel the link is severed now, but you have this understanding of how to push force into creatures, how to break their resistance to that. You start to kind of come to, and boom, it cuts into you again, and you feel like you're out on the ocean, and you're walking on the water, and you look down and the water is frozen over as these flapping wings of this tiny little creature starts bursting out, and you see the ocean itself is solidified, and you're just on a floating chunk of ice. You feel the cold coming up with every beat of the wings. It seems to just come into your body. You almost feel like you're going to fall, but at the same time there's an acceptance there. Your body wants to crumple and pull into itself to warm, but you understand the cold that's coming into you. You understand the feeling that's being pushed into you. As suddenly you hear above a light crack, and you see a flash, and the ice shatters. Now you're in the water, and you just feel this surge of energy as light is coursing from the sky into you, and it burns in such a way that all the cold is gone. and there's just this warmth, but not warmth of fire, it's the warmth of lightning pulsing through your body, diffusing itself into the water around you, and thusly lighting up every nerve in your body at the same time. And you feel the raw power that is lightning at every touch of your body, and you understand how to diffuse that lightning in just such a way that it gets to the source of every nerve of the creature and everything. The cold's gone, the lightning's gone. You close your eyes and you wake up from this vision, and you're standing in front of the workstation. So,
I don't always move, but when I do, there it is.
Gotta be some amount of water here, man.
right. But you feel like there's, when these threads were breaking, each of you, when you had these moments where those strands seemed to shatter and pull away, you felt like there was more to it. It wasn't something completely severing. It was a rope that's still attached to your mind, and it was threads of that rope breaking and weakening, but there's still more to it that could be explored. I'm gonna grab something real quick to drink. But the two of you guys are standing out in front of the war estate. If you'd like to speak amongst yourselves.
So how about Ned almost getting himself killed yesterday? That's pretty fun.
Yeah, it was quite interesting.
It's not going to be great for either of us, for any of us.
I think it's safe to say I don't think Sabotage will be sticking with us.
I wouldn't if I was them either. Especially after that fiasco.
He was eager, I'll give him that.
Eager, young and dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you want some of that, Captain, but I mean, maybe not all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, the fight was a little too big for him.
No, there's things. It's when you're going against somebody, you have to know what you're getting into. You have to know their weaknesses and their strengths. If you're going to go against a raw spellcaster, or even just a raw melee damage dealer type, you're going to want to understand that they're just going to be like boom, boom, boom. So if you're a healer, you're going to have some of that where you go, boom, I'm full health again. And, you're not going to be able to hit as hard with certain things. You got to control, hold person, heal, heal, heal. Get back into it, There's ways to do it. You just have to be ready for it.
It should have been me. I should have gone. But what is done cannot be undone. At least right now.
Certainly not.
I think you should have fought in that too. I said I agree. You should have fought in that.
Oh yeah, fought it. Yeah, God.
You guys could fight. You could have fought each other. Fight to the bloody.
No.
You don't have to fight to the death. And as he saw, there were people there. Once you fight to the death, you're not just like, oh, cool, fight to the death. That person's dead forever. They'll literally just be like 500 gold. He comes back. You got 60 seconds to think about it. Okay, yeah, we'll pay. Cool.
Oh, jeez.
Because those people are there too. 300 gold piece worth of, or 300 gold piece in diamonds, 500 in my hand, $200 for one spell slot. I'll do it. You got 1 minute to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's clerks there who are just like eating it up.
Oh yeah.
Plus, it's a lot easier to tell. When you're doing a battle to the death, it's a lot easier to be able to be like, yep, that guy died. He is definitely dead.
Sir.
Dunskies.
Yeah.
Speak with dead. Are you okay? Nope. Okay, cool. Resurrection.
Did you hear the bell that time? Yeah.
Is there any confusion in your mind at all about what just happened? No. There you go.
Gora, give me a perception check.
Not great. I'm thinking I'm pretty sure it's a 9.
It's one of those nights, huh?
9 is still enough because you're right there.
No, it's actually a 10.
10.
Yeah.
As you guys are kind of waiting, and you're talking and thinking, you notice across the way, a couple 100 feet off that way, in the storefront of the Drakenblades weaponsmith, there's very well crafted large axe. The head of the axe looks like a dragon's mouth opening up into a maw, and it comes back to this pointed back of his head. There are swords, there are hammers, there are mauls, lots of interesting things, right? Just a couple 100 feet away from you. Still waiting on the guards to walk up.
If there isn't any amount of time that I've been given or any indication of that, I'll just like head over and start checking out what's going on over there.
Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, she's casting her spells, we'll let you know. And then the guy walks in. You guys still inside the building for now. There's a gate guard who's just kind of standing there. You guys do your thing. He's just like steps back as you guys are like wincing, and you guys talk about the pirate fights, and he kind of like leans in, and it's like, what happened? I missed it. It's kind of like, well, I'm not eavesdropping. But
What do you know? Just sits down next to him.
Just standing next to you. Just making sure you don't walk to the gate.
Yeah.
But there's no indication that that other guard is coming back at the exact moment. You're not sure what kind of time frame you're looking at until he walks up.
Then I'll definitely head off towards the weapon shop.
Yeah, absolutely. You walk over, you come in, and there's a dwarven male who sees you. Why? What are you looking for?
I actually had my eye on that nice axe you had up the window. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's a fun one indeed. I just realized I don't have my... That's what I'm missing. I don't have my freaking... Because I was doing all of our typing stuff out last night. Let me just pull this out. Oh, man, it's not there anymore.
Yeah. Excuse me while I whip this out.
Just like one second, like
You guys saw the stuff I was doing, and part of that was being on here and having things up and then pulling up this and typing stuff on my computer, multiple monitors, everything. So, what you were looking at there. Let me just make sure I got it right here. I'll make sure that's the correct one. That's what I needed to make sure that is it. Oh yeah, that's a rare commodity that we don't make everywhere. That is a flame-tongue great axe. Normally you can only get great axes or flame tongues in sword types, but we make a good great axe for it.
I don't think I've ever seen something quite like that. I would be highly interested in acquiring that, but I'm also interested in looking at a little bit of medium armor. What do you have in? Do you have anything interesting as far as some medium armor goes? If I'm gonna be using a axe from now on, I don't think I'm gonna be able to or have much use for wielding a shield.
There's things I can do. But looking at you, you look like a tough guy who's been through a couple of battles. You look like the type who has a little bit of that anger in you. Are you known to give in to the rage from time to time?
Oh, from time to time. Just kind of looking down at the floor.
Occasionally.
I dabble.
Might I recommend that instead of necessarily looking at heavier armors, and we've got armors next door, but they're going to slow you down. They're going to cost you some. I've always heard a good amulet of health can help you just to get through that. I don't normally deal in those, but I do actually have a few on hand.
Well, how much is
that I traded for?
How much is an amulet of health run?
I could get you one for about 5,000, depending on what you're doing. The Flame Tongue Great Axe would be about 5,000 as well, but we could possibly work a deal if you want both.
What sort of deal would you be willing to cut me on both of those together?
Give me a persuasion, which I know you're phenomenal at.
No, I mean, I'm not bad, but my dice are not cooperative. 8? I have a +4.
Yeah.
So it's not terrible.
No, yeah, I think. So I could probably do both of them for 8,000.
Well,
for a fellow dwarf.
That sounds like a fair and reasonable deal.
So what the amulet of health is going to do now, because you're a barbarian, if you put on medium armor, you're going to lose your con to your unarmored defense.
Yeah.
But if you put on amulet of health, you're going to get more hit points, and your con score is going to go up. So you're going to get that amulet of health will give you a 19 in Constitution, which will give you a +4 to armor class, +4 to hit points per level, and all that stuff. So it's going to stack up to give you armor and hit points. So it's kind of a dual defense, whereas yes, it's not going to pump you up, but honestly, medium armors, most of your medium armors, you're going to start losing your dex modifier if you go too high. Not that you have a huge dex, but you have a bit of a dex modifier there. But that would probably be one of your best bets to keep from losing that unarmored defense, because that unarmored defense is going to, as soon as you put on medium armors, you lose that, and then so suddenly it's like you're gaining like a +4, but you're losing 3 or 2, and so it's not as big.
So what is the benefit really?
So,
so much.
If you want, and it should show there, if you type in on your character, you should be able to add I should have the Flame Tongue Great Axe, and you should be able to also add an Amulet of Health at the cost of 8,000 gold.
Why the hell do you guys have all this money? I don't.
You've been working for it. We managed to acquire it during the hurricane.
Yeah. Well, Ned's just, I don't know. And Ned's got a ton, and Hila had a ton.
They were getting cuts of treasure.
Oh, because I was gone.
You weren't there.
I was on a field trip.
I gave you things that are equivalent to magic items, basically, and also a bunch of spells, which normally would cost like 100, 200, 300, 400 gold piece each.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Don't remember adding. We'll talk later.
Yeah, that's fine. if it's a ritual, those are ones that you just have. Because you got a bunch of ritual spells
Yeah, I know.
that you don't have to use slots to class. That's from your book. And they gave you a bunch of those. Those were things I gave you to kind of make up for the fact that you weren't getting massive treasure because you weren't really there to get a cut.
Yeah. No worries.
That's what happens when you're not there.
That and the guards take forever when you're not there.
Right?
Cards are in there stalling. Hurry up, get here.
Yeah, you're good. I had other things that I was also planning on doing that would take up that initial time. It's not going to necessarily take up that same time anymore. But yeah. Did you see the amulet? Yeah. So that should boost you up a little bit, plus also give you the little bump of hit points as well. Yeah, that'll bring you. Yeah, because that gives you the unarmored bonus of +4. The other thing you can look at too, and the guy will kind of talk to you, because you know, other thing is you can always work on trying to not be there. You don't seem to be overwhelmed with magic items now. I don't have this on hand, but you could always look for some gloves that help you to just get out of the way. And you know, nice new gloves for swinging that axe around is good. You got to work on them calluses with the new axe.
I got some fancy gloves. For the time being, I got some fancy gloves.
Yeah. But you can also look at the gloves of dexterity, which will boost you up, and that would give you a good extra little chunk to that armor class. But also, you can just, now you have hit points, just get hit. It's fine. Just get mad about it.
Just be a sponge.
Yeah.
Absorb all that damage.
I just, again, I'm always thinking of something else, but it's, you know, going back to Overwatch, the opening video when the Reaper steps on Winston's glasses and he just like freaks right in the moment.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But it'll get you the amulet and get you the great axe and show you how to trigger the activation of it, which sheathes it in fire. So now you have a flame tongue great axe. So that'll do 2d6 fire damage and 1d12 slashing damage, plus while you're raging 6 extra damage. So not too bad. A little bit of an upgrade over the 1d10 that you had before.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, you technically do have money, Jesse, if you want to spend it. It's just it's set aside for the crew. Because you have literally 20,000 gold set aside to purchase a crew. But if you want to cut down on
No.
what you're paying them, you know.
No, it's fine. I'm just being stingy.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Because I don't offer you guys.
I know. Why am I even here?
Grab table?
Yeah. Hey.
Hold on. Should be time to feel like it.
You know, I think I will.
Okay.
Let's go. We're not doing anything.
Yeah.
We're just hanging out.
I mean, obviously,
We're not
your
waiting
time.
for you
Shopping.
anymore.
Good. Very good. I'm glad. I wouldn't want you all to wait for me.
No, of course not.
Oh, that's why we've been sitting here. We haven't said a word, done
Right.
nothing.
We've done nothing.
Well, you're full of shit because I watched the streams.
That's where he gets you.
Dang.
Oh, shit.
I mean, you might not have said anything. Everybody else has said something.
I'll shoot you shit.
So Alex,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let you know as well, and I already kind of talked to everybody, but so there's gonna be a lot of notes added to character sheets
Okay.
under the notes section. You will see that there's group milestones, and I've had milestones on there before. And such, you guys already kind of knew. One of them I've hinted at. One of them you've known, which is the fragments. It's just kind of like a repeatable milestone to an extent. Once you get a certain point, you won't be able to get more from that.
Yeah.
You'll still gain bonuses from it, like the
shrine
feats and the shrine stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
So there's certain things with that. And then, of course, obtaining a crew. But in addition to that, you'll also see that there is personal milestones. Those are something that if you get that personal milestone, you personally gain a level by yourself. Not everybody.
All
It's just
you have to do
something
is
for
show
you.
up on time.
All you have to do is show. Literally, that's one of your not really. Show up on time 2 days or 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Personal milestone.
No,
that's
just
a
relax.
Neil would like to attack quiz.
But so you'll see things with that.
Quiz. What quiz? Is there such a thing?
So, yeah, there's on that. And I have that for Ela, for Mickey, and Muck.
Cool.
Now, with the personal ones, I'd rather you guys not discuss them amongst each other.
Of course.
Because it's personal challenges for your character, and it's not just meant to be like, hey, how can we metagame this to get my character a level?
Yeah.
So,
Makes
but
sense.
just fun things. I think that they're fun challenges.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Like, yeah,
I might have to. Again,
we
later.
can talk, yeah.
Later.
Yeah, and you can talk to me about any of them, but it's one of those things where you'll start theory crafting and going through looking at different stuff. I think his are definitely, you've got some fun ones. I like both of those. I was like, one really good fight, we could pull them both off. And then
Some shit's going down.
yours are going to be interesting, for sure.
Indeed.
And then you've got some fun ones. My favorite one is one personal one that I will share. Muck does have a personal milestone that's a repeatable. It's got 6 names on it, and one of them is Ela.
Of course.
All I have to do is just erase that name from a list, and that's a level for Muck. So, because when I help Muck to kill
Already knew about that one.
Ela, yeah. Now it's actually on the paper though.
Oh, well, good. Very good.
And then there's fun ones for Mickey as well and such.
Yep.
So.
Perfect.
And fun ones for Net, though. Net,
If
we're hoping
they-
he's
If
okay.
they actually go after Ela, they might wind up missing vital parts of their anatomy. Because Quiz will have none of that.
Muck's healed you.
It's true, but you're going after somebody else. If Ela
It's one of those
goes after
things.
Muck, there'd be a
You
problem.
literally luckily got freed from slave, like from being pushed into the slave trade.
That's
Well,
just
just
the way
he seemed like,
Quiz's
hey,
life.
just imagine you could find one of those people who put that collar and put those shackles on you. Would you
Eviscerate them? Yes.
Yeah.
just? He's like, I'm not going to kill her. I just might not stop her from dying.
Well, you run a knife across her throat, and you stand there and watch. Yeah, you killed
Yeah,
her.
of course. He would just stand back and be like, just she's fighting other people. He's like, I don't really have a lot of spells. And I'm just sitting
I
here.
think I'm going to run out of spells.
Perception check. Do you see the mole that's just like flashing and doing necrotic damage to her? He's just like standing back. He's like, I'm just standing here 5 feet away from her, not touching her.
Just die already.
Oh, you thought you were stabilizing. But so those will be there and reflected. You got up a little bit before dawn and headed off to the ward estate. At the ward estate, she will, Lady Ryland, ward estate. Yeah, Ryland. Lady Ryland will welcome you in and say, at dawn I can cast the spells again. Until then, I thought maybe we would try something.
I was love that. Yeah. How are we on the remove curse?
She'll cast remove curse on you again.
So that's the 3 days of
3
it.
days.
You will take off the hat of disguise.
And you no longer are blue.
Huzzah!
But
I
you still do
still
have
have
that big scar, which is now just like a normal flesh tone scar. She will take a little.
It would have been funny if this.
It's a tiny little conch, seashell type
What
thing.
the fuck is this?
When she has you strip down of most of your stuff, she brings you into what looks like there's a fountain in her backyard, but it's kind of relatively deep. And she tells you to hold this with both hands.
Of course.
She steps you into the water, and you're in water, and it's about 3 feet deep. And she will place her hand upon you, kind of help you to lay out, and then she just kind of pushes you down, and you just sink into the water a little bit. And she just holds you there for a minute.
And just
She's
very so
holding-
lightly, just little bubbles. Wherever I can out.
Absolutely.
Just like
And she's holding you down, and it's starting to, your lungs starting to fill with that fire, the desire for air. She's still holding you. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
wisdom saving.
Because you can want to do something, but it's still, there's that point.
Yeah. 10.
And your music box is back on the shelf.
Yeah.
10? Okay. Give me a strength check.
Oh, I'm so strong. 17.
Nope. She just holds you there, and you start going through, and finally, and you breathe in and you pull in that water, and everything seems to go black. Just this darkness fills you. As you feel like you almost pulled away. And there's a spiral staircase before you. Pink walls. It's almost like a pearlescent. You kind of walk down, and you go down this one spiral staircase. It opens up, and there's a nice little room. There's some kind of cushy black sofas in it, one chair, a little desk, and just these pink walls, and there's this one entrance that goes up to kind of a point. Give me a nature check.
Uh, 18.
You're inside of that little conch shell, or a little conch shell. Your lungs burn, but you didn't actually get full of water. It seems like right at that moment where you thought you were inhaling water, you got pulled into the shell. And you're in this room.
Just very kind of slowly, sort of touching the walls, furniture. And for like the first time in a long, long time, she just sort of takes a deep breath and just lets it out. And kind of gets a little hysterical for just a brief moment without even thinking about it, just kind of overtaken with emotion, just kind of laughs a little bit to herself. Almost to the point of tears. Kind of calms herself a little bit. And she says, "This feels like a sanctuary. Moot, is this your doing?" Moot. are you here? Just kind of continue cruising and touching the walls. Looking at the place.
I have always been here. And you see this kind of fish-faced creature just kind of steps inside of the wall. Lower torso just seems to be made of water. It's basically a belt. Just kind of pulls the water into this upper fish torso. Tried to call to you. You did not listen. And now you have this.
This, I would say it is unfortunate, but I think it gives me more motivation to do what has to be done.
Yes.
I would like to learn. I have studied you, of course, and the other elements, but my particular tribe of people from the desert are taught immediately to favor Geb, and the last few months of travels that I have had, I have begun to see so much more. I failed to recognize your call for what it was, but I still would like to answer that call.
I will have to see. But I'm watching you. When you are in trouble, if you upset someone else, then I will offer you assistance.
Sure.
There is not much I can offer at this point, because you have to find treasures. You have to prove yourself worthy.
Of course.
But I can offer you one thing, which will help you more than anything else. When he reaches over towards the wall, and right next to where the doorway opens up, there's a section of wall that's clear. The whole wall's clear, but there's no chairs or anything above it. He reaches out, and you can see these two, like, pink coral pieces just reach out and just create these two little racks. It is a place where you can hang bartels, where other creatures outside of myself can't find them. Until you can end that curse, just know that that curse is on you, and it grows stronger and stronger. Geb weighs what you are doing with what you have done. And when what you have done becomes heavier than what you are doing, he takes that weapon and he hangs it on the wall, placed like this. When he hangs it on the wall, that curse is set in stone. You cannot destroy the weapon. You cannot end the curse for yourself and for those you have cursed. But as of now, we know what you are doing is a little heavier than what you have done. Every time you do something, you shift that balance. Can I recommend, as of now, maybe you place the blade on the wall for safekeeping. It is an artifact of Geb. If you have read well enough in the books, you should know that I cannot touch an artifact of Geb. Geb cannot touch an artifact of Moot. We all get our little ways. But You set the sword there to save for now. And at any point in time, because of your connection with this place, you can pull it back, unless you make something else into a packed plate. Which is not as nice, but I can offer you something small to keep you from getting in trouble.
Sure.
Do you wish to hang up the brilliant gift?
Also. Sure. Do it and set it on the rack.
For now, I can offer you this. And he hands you basically a small hilt that has no pommel or head. It literally is just a wooden stick wrapped in black leather. This is all I can offer you for now.
Sure.
It is not as good as this one, but it can do the job. But you have to attune to it, make it your pack weapon, and then when you pull it in, just think of what it is you are trying to pull in.
Sure.
The ocean flows and ebbs. The ocean is variable. The blade can be many things. If you like your scimitar, you can make a scimitar. If you like your long swords, you can make a long sword. You can make a rapier. You can make a dagger. You can make a mace. Pretty much anything you can hold. You could potentially make a bow, but you would need arrows. But anything that you can make when you call
Use it as a pokey stick.
Sure. It will be that until you can pull it back. But it is not as nice as this. It is not magically enhanced. It is just magically variable. But it's something to keep you out of trouble. At least.
Thank you.
And you have a book
I do.
that talks of what I actually offer, which is, and he kind of pulls up the vest that he's wearing, like it's like kind of a leather armor vest. It's like, there is something nice for people who want to. It works well with that, but something to keep you from being defenseless.
Of course.
You can also, if need be, make it a shield. If that's all you want, you know. Just depends on what it is you are trying.
Sure. That is very helpful.
We do not have an agreement, but we have an understanding.
Of course.
This place is yours for now. But your contact with us is limited. So just know, depending on where you go, you may find yourself lacking the ability to come back here. If you make that, to make that work and be anything but hilt pommel, you do have to make it into a packed weapon.
Of course.
Which means that if you have this in here, it stays in here. But consider what it is you want to do. I have many things to work with. Take your time here. But I feel that Ryland is becoming concerned. She prays for you. This is good. But I wish you would. And he'll turn and step to the wall.
I bow their head as he goes. Yeah, she will leave the lighted gab inside of it.
Okay. If you update your inventory, or just update your sheet, you should see that you have a small conch, which isn't accurate right now, but it's basically the same thing as your Coquette's music box.
Okay.
You can only use one of them per day.
Of course. Yeah, makes sense.
Right, so you leave that there. Do you exit?
She'll sit for a good 5-10 minutes afterwards, just kind of ruminate on what Mood has said, and kind of just looking over the blade of Geb as it sits in its.
You can see it's just like corals come out, and it's made this like kind of these two branches. Picture like somebody has like corny like deer horn and like something leaning on it, but it's just coral reef coming out of the otherwise smooth walls. When you're watching and thinking about it, you notice that like the coral kind of wraps and kind of holds it. Like you see, it kind of like wraps the grow around the edge of it. You feel like you kind of have. You worry for a second that it's going to hold like too wide, and it like pulls back. You're like, oh, I can actually kind of control that in here.
So just to herself and into the blade. Sit. Stay. Goose. And she'll poof out.
Cool. You come back and you're standing in the water, and there's a tiny little shell on the ground.
That was way worse than I thought it was going to be. Just generally transition-wise.
Yeah.
But also, thank you.
Well, it worked. You didn't die, so that's helpful.
That is helpful.
It was a roll of the dice.
It was a little iffy.
Yeah. If he wasn't paying attention, you would have just died. So that would have been fun. I could have brought you back.
Yes, but that is money.
It's painful. I think I could have brought you back. You?
I don't think you
You're
could have.
actors.
This is a problem.
Yeah. That says where you're going. It doesn't say you can't come back.
Well, I suppose that is true. That would be fun and interesting.
So, you also want to talk about balance?
I was, yes.
We have a few minutes before dawn still. You lingered a little bit. But I have another interesting thing that you might like to see.
Please, Lady Dragon. Of course.
She'll bring you, you'll walk over and you see there's what looks like just kind of like a flat stone on the ground. And she will walk over to it and she like places her hand on it and the stone opens up to the side, shifts off, and there's stairs going down. Come with me.
Of course.
As you're walking away, you're noticing that fountain in the backyard is definitely dedicated to Geb and has that feel for it. You start walking down these stairs and
The fountain is dedicated to Moot.
Moot, yes, sorry, Moot. You start walking down.
I was like, this was going to get
No,
weird
no,
all of
no,
a sudden.
No,
Wait
sorry.
a
It's
second.
dedicated to
Like,
Moot.
now there's a problem.
Uh-oh.
Abort! Shit!
There's bright light coming from the
Let's read
bottom of the
this whole
stairs.
situation.
And you walk in and you walk into this room. The edges of the room have glowing bright red fiery torches. There's not a whole lot of heat coming off of them, continual flame style. But there's big sconces all along the wall. It's very, very bright in here. And in the center there's a pillar. She goes, I cannot. Maybe you can. If you want to play with this item here.
I mean, I would be honored to try, of course.
When you walk over, you see this thin black chain. It looks like maybe a bracelet that has one of the links in the chain is this almost like orb. It seems to be almost like a locket piece. see what happens.
All right.
She'll reach out, kind of grab it with both hands, see if she can lift it, manipulate it.
Yep, you pick it up, and it's this black chain. It doesn't seem to, like, it doesn't have like a clasp on either end, and the little locket piece is like halfway off to the side.
Interesting.
But you said it kind of has the nature of a like a bracelet type.
It kind of looks like a bracelet.
She'll take it and just kind of wrap it around herself and kind of hold the links together. Check out the locket.
Yeah, when you do it, it seems to like move to like center itself on your wrist.
Okay, that is weird.
The chain kind of holds on to itself just a little bit.
Magnets.
You says balance, correct?
Magnets.
It is balance.
Primordial. She will say,
Oh, Sekhmet,
"Is this your doing?"
I'm so curious.
And she'll kind of try and open up the locket.
It's locked. There's no locking mechanism, but it will not open.
Right?
Oh shit.
Behind you, you hear this poof. We cannot go to you. We cannot bring you in. You have recently left this plane. Yes. Ila.
Yes, that is me.
And she'll kind of like look to see what's
And you're hearing this in primordial, and you look over, and Lady Ryland is like looking to, like, she's hearing this voice as well. Well,
That stuff's brought back.
maybe tomorrow you'll see what we have inside there.
I was beyond. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
You can refer to me as son, for I am son of Sekhmet.
Son.
And then the light will flicker, and you see this invisible creature who's like perched in the fire. One of the things comes to, and you see this little black and red skinned creature, big scorpion tail wrapping around the edge, little horns, glowing red eyes. This little demon guy looks at you.
Son.
I am son.
An audience with you will be most enjoyable. I will visit you tomorrow.
I will come with you today.
Sure.
Perhaps we bargain. I cannot make bargain with her. She does not have the correct power. Well, she called to me many times. But you have the right power within you.
I could make a bargain.
Rather than be like, I'm going to go cast some spells. The sun is coming up. If you need anything, let me know. Just touch the stone and it will close on your way out. And she'll walk out.
This thing, is this okay if I have this? Am I gonna...
He's like, it's fine.
Okay, alright. That could have been bad.
So, the funny thing is, she does not own this. I own this. So it is my decision whether or not you buy.
Oh, okay then.
But you've done good things. You've done powerful things, and I like this.
I have the ability to do many powerful things.
Sekhmet wishes you were doing powerful things for him.
I could be a champion of Sekhmet.
Oh, you'd have to prove yourself for that. But I could watch you and I could help you. Sure. But you'd have to do something for me.
What is this thing? Name your price.
You have tipped the scales in the name of Ken.
I have.
You must work to to tip the scales on the name of Sekhmet. Or at least untip the scales for Geb.
I could use this.
I could help you to find a weapon of Sekhmet.
Oh, you have my attention, son.
It will help you to bring balance, but we must destroy the Blade of Geb.
That is high up on my list currently. It is safe.
A little scroll appears, and you see destroy the Blade of Geb. Like literally writes across it.
Oh, yes.
Also, you are preparing to. I don't mind if you bring up a little bit of moot. Bringing up moot will help to bring down Geb.
Of course.
So that is fine. But what the people you are with are trying to do will highly influence the powers in the name of moot. They plan to bring destruction to all land. That's fine. Fire can burn on water. Not as easy though. But we must stop those people who are trying to do that. And you'll see it says crew of the Black Betty, and it goes over and says 10. And then there's this little flash, and you see it goes 9. Oh, you're doing good already.
That is true.
Holds out his claw. Holds out the contract, and you see this line goes across and a little.
Ah, yes, yeah, I've been here before, of course. Drags.
Tip your finger across it, and when you drag your finger across it, and it becomes like the most perfect. Like if you spent like 10 minutes writing out your name. Wonderful. Well, son is at your command, so long as you fulfill the contract. If you work against the contract, well, we'll see.
Come.
And he flies over, and he like flies over and lands on your shoulder, turns into this raven.
Perfect.
If you look at your extras,
Oh, fun. Excellent.
so he will be in there. So that is an imp familiar, a specific one there.
Perfect. Very fun.
And about 3 minutes later, you literally see just like you're kind of going through and walking up and kind of walking over the thing, and you'll see this fiery 9 just like forms in your vision as if it's right in front of you, and it burns into an 8. The crow calls. You can hear his head, or his voice in your head. He goes, "You are doing very well so far."
I am too pleased. I hope you do the same.
Why don't you let me know if you need me? Until then, I have been in a chain for a long time. Do you mind if I go explore?
Please do. Try not to get yourself out.
Oh yes, I
could
of the outfit.
Bring you back, but it would be painful.
Just invisible. You can kind of feel it flies off, but you can telepathic communicate. And you can. Did you read all the details? Make sure you read all of it.
Yeah.
He's not specific. He's familiar, but slightly changed
Yeah.
based off of who he is.
Yeah. Do I have to take those invocations then?
He has those invocations.
Okay. Gotcha. Sweet.
Yeah.
God damn, you scored today.
I am also planning to take a big old target on myself for several of these freaking gods.
So you can add it in. So it's not on there because in your inventory you will see that you have the chain of Sekhmet.
Yeah.
and that will allow you to cast Find Familiar per day.
Gotcha.
Because as your boon, we wanted to do the Pact of the Chain. So basically getting that. You can make another Sekhmet's Locket too, because you're going to have those. You can once per day choose which box you go into.
Which respite?
So which you're going to do. Now, also, when you are in those places, you can choose to try to switch your genie kind. And you can try to go and balance between them.
Sure.
So if you want to be like, oh, I'm going to, in my genie, and you can only respite once per day in any of them. But when you're in that, you can attempt a check to switch your kind. That check is going to be based off what you're doing, the DC, and also how many times you switch. If you're trying to switch every single day, they may be frustrated with you. But, yeah, for now. Also, if you want to move the blade, you can also put it somewhere else, but you haven't seen your other place yet.
Right.
But you'll come up, and you guys get escorted in around the same time. You get brought down. You see that Aegon is just sobbing, kind of hysterically, and Lorquin comes up to you and thanks you, as per last week. And that's where we left off last week. So, Lorquin is standing in front of you guys. Aegon kind of sobbing. Lady Ryland is off to the side, kind of looking over, and you can tell her eyes are glowing. She's doing some sort of something, and she's detecting over magics in the place. What you guys think?
Check it out, I don't need this anymore.
She takes off the hat of disguise.
Very nice.
Thank you, Lady Rylands.
Not blue.
Lorquin looks at you and goes, I don't understand.
I was blue for a long time. I took dragon's blood, and yeah, it has some effects.
Understandable.
It
That
is
sounds like she knows.
I owe a great debt to you all. I feel like we've just begun here.
I wasn't saying there is any debt. We have acquired great treasure traveling with you, and we felt it our responsibility to help you. Particularly,
I know who's here.
You're not even there as
He's getting tagged.
Garnet? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
it was Quiz has an interaction with you recently on this island. He felt rather compelled to help you. We all did, but he was kind of the ignition.
I remember.
You remember that?
I remember everything. I remember it all. I remember the voices. I remember the shackles, the tentacles holding me, changing me. Some of it's a blur, but it was there. He left enough of what I was. It found people to fill roles and shaped us just enough to make us subservient while allowing us to maintain a little bit of who we were. Some of what you know of me is true, but I feel a lot of it was hidden. You saw but just the surface. But I am at your service, whatever you need.
I need a lot from you, Basil. No, I'm just kidding. It is an honor to have you back, Laura. How is Aiken faring?
He did a lot of worse things than I did. He can come over. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm just here. Same thing. If you need anything, I'm here. I'll help you. Any way you can.
Aiken, I feel it is much easier to let this all go because clearly we have evidence now that there is a horrifying creature unlike anything we have ever seen. But you did not die. And
Mosley said that. Mosley's gone now.
we intend to make it right.
I would like to. It would mean a lot to me if we could get everybody free. Nobody on that ship should be under that. But it's going to be hard. They're defended now. Last night they cut a deal. They hired on the group sabotage.
Son of a bitch.
They're patrolling out near their ship.
Fuck.
They actually are.
I don't think our
No.
captain has very much experience
Over
with
to
the
here.
terms to the death.
I bet he's now moved over to there, by where the sabotage camp is.
Are they being enthralled as well?
Who knows?
I'm sure it is
I'm
only a matter
sure
of time.
they are. Old bird brains.
Something tells me they are not the brightest. Rush put on quite a show.
It's a process. It takes time, and they can't do it here. I don't think he has the ability to take anybody, but he also thought he wants to set up a colony. If he establishes a colony and brings them there, he can start making thralls really quickly. It takes a couple of days of breaking down the mine and rebuilding it. It's terrible, terrible pain. I still remember it. But if they set that up at the Forever Seen Hills as they're planning, as they may have already put in motion, when they get there, then they could make them into thralls. They could make entire crews of thralls.
The Black Betty needs to be dealt with. Nore, do you have experience sinking ships?
I'm genuinely trying to go back in my head and think if there was ever.
I don't think he's ever actually sunk a ship.
No. It'd be a hard no.
Your, or I guess it's these, not really this, but these, those. How big? Because you've pulled them out of literally nothing.
Not big enough for a ship.
He's a pro, not a shower.
Woohoo!
Your blasts are substantial.
I don't know what that means.
You guys did one thing good. You got me first, says Lorquin. We could potentially try to lure more members on land, but I don't know how well that'd work. I don't know. He can sense my mind at this distance, but unless I went out to the water, he wouldn't be able to directly touch my mind. He knows I'm here. He knew the entire time messages were sent to us. But if we don't return or get within the psychic link soon, we may grow suspicious.
I mean, it is a horrifying thing to ask you to return or attempt a parley, but if we could use maybe one of us as leverage, I would offer myself even to accompany to see if maybe another member or two would come ashore. But I'm sure that would only work once. before. Whatever that thing is, got the idea. It is smart.
We could possibly lure them in if we made them think that we were captured here. He can't invade my mind, simply knows that I'm here.
We've got to try and get every one of them. I think that is a good plan.
Why don't you write out 25 words? I will send it. Maybe terms, say, I'm being captured, you want this for that, depending on what it is you want to do. Think about it. I won't be able to cast for at least an hour or two, but if she doesn't mind, I wouldn't mind staying here so that they don't go suspicious. Rather than like, you can stay in my dungeon, I don't mind. I will lock the doors.
Creepy.
I could make food if you need. Water? Something? So you have something, sounds it?
We ate earlier. She's like, I'm feeding them, I'm not a savage. I'm in my prison, I'm not gonna let them die in here.
I want to offer any help any way I can.
No. If I locked somebody in my dungeon, didn't feed them, I wonder if the magic would consider that me doing damage to them. They would eventually die.
A lot of questions there.
I don't know. It's loopholes.
Was the law thinks that it was justified to put them down there? Was the law thinks that it is your responsibility to feed them at that point?
Who knows? Maybe kill the guard who locked the door. Guards are hard to come by. Loyal ones, at least. It's not. We'll just keep feeding our prisoners.
Fair enough. Well, so you need some time to cast a spell.
We could have it ready by noon.
Maybe we could rendezvous, see if we could gather more of our members, potentially. Or at least come up with a plan. Get some food ourselves, seize the town.
Oh, absolutely. And I imagine we're bound to reap some kind of consequences from last night.
One of your members at this point, the only person you're missing is Quiz.
Mark Maggie, or
Is Captain Net here?
Captain Nat's not here. He was back sleeping still.
I mean, he did die, so I mean, I'm sure that kind of takes it out of you a little bit.
He didn't actually die.
Very
He-
close.
I tried.
Yeah.
Literally, it came down to 2 dice rolls on Colton's part, and he managed to roll over 10. So I was like, "Oh fuck me!"
It's like, oh, I rolled over 10. I was like, yeah, do it again.
All right, one more time. I was like, "Fuck!"
He had.
You know, if those were my dice, I'd be dead. I'd be
You just
fucking
literally
dead.
feel your chest getting tight.
You know what's
like the whole
crazy
time.
though? Silvery Barbs is a wizard spell or a wizard warlock bard spell.
Mm-hmm.
So he technically could take it.
Yeah.
And that means that he technically could have got that at will.
Oh, yeah, that's a boon.
Just reactions on regards. Oh, actually, oh, you succeeded? Reroll.
Yeah.
You get advantage. Oh, you succeeded? Reroll. You get advantage.
Burn through spell slots pretty quickly that way, but if you have it at will,
If you have it at will,
Yeah.
that's
why I
ridiculous.
love that spell. But yeah, the fact that it's a reaction and it burns that spell slot is like, ouch.
What is it?
Silvery barbs.
Silvery Barbs.
Oh.
That's a
Where I'm like,
really
yeah,
good
it'd be
spell.
cool for a warlock to have, except you only have it twice. Fucking yay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I could use an hour of just signing or seeing the town. Let us plan.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Maybe Osmeek hasn't fully departed.
I mean, the robot is gone.
Doesn't he bubble?
Wasn't exactly.
Kinky don't fly.
Can't
They're
really
flightless
fly.
birds. They're like penguins.
Yeah, what's a penguin? I don't know what a penguin is.
It's a kinku's they're crow people, but they don't actually have flight.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know a penguin
Right.
is.
They're short and stocky, and they are time flying.
Maybe if one tried.
They have,
So I thought he was a bird.
He's a bird person, but they have like normal arms with just like little feathers coming off it.
Like bird
Golrak
person.
is very confused. But he's a bird, though. I thought birds fly. You guys are like going way over Mother Wolf head over
Some
here.
birds don't fly.
Ostrich.
Ostriches can hover brief, and then they are on the ground.
I would.
Yeah.
I'd like to see
If you look at
that.
the kinku, like they don't really have fly type arms. Yeah. They've got a little tail, which is helpful for a creature that doesn't fly.
Saw that.
Well, you gotta keep the birdish appearance, otherwise it's just like a
They
minotaur.
came out with a
It's got
Kiri
bird head. Yeah.
plush.
With a what?
They came out with a Kiri plush
Yeah,
that has different voice lines.
that's awesome.
I figured we had to get one.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the iconic line. Go fuck yourself.
Perfect. That'll be a fun one. Miss dies.
It'd be fun. Good times. Not that Miss dies, but you know, whatever. They take his place.
We'll see.
So whatever happens, Rick.
But yeah, roll on out. Is there anything that you two had planned for Tuesday?
No, I think last night's events kind of worked that out. I might see if I could go make a couple of bucks, but outside of that, I think dealing with the consequences of yesterday is going to probably eat up most of today.
Consequences like what? We already have heard that Sabotage chose their co-crew.
Well, I can only imagine that Lord Drakikard isn't too happy with us after the scene that we caused last night.
I mean, Lord Drakengard, I'm sure, does not care what happens
last night?
just on the barrier.
Yeah. That place is set up there all the time.
I'm sure that is a regular
He
occurrence.
understands. People can go out there and fight. You need an outlet.
I'm sure it is fine. So,
Okay. Cool.
now, if words has traveled that we did not keep our word or Ned's word to fight to the death, I'm sure people will look at us differently, but fuck them, they're pirates. We're pirates, they're pirates. Fuck 'em.
Coin talks, bullshit walks.
Exactly. Tells him, oh no, our captain did not fight to the death. You know why? Because he is smart.
They still-
Also, he has a crew that fought for it.
they considered it a fight to the death still. They're like, yeah, he lost. Yeah, I'll take a do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's definitely lost.
Yeah. They're like, it's fine. Like, he
I'm
didn't
okay.
technically die, but nobody was like super worried. Like, dude was on the ground twitching, like, yeah. And you walked up and poured a potion on his throat. They're like, yeah, he basically died. They're like, we'll count it.
Yo, he
still go
absolutely
through.
was. Has I not fucking flown over there, it would have been. Yeah, he lost. Absolutely. I was the one who chose for Ned to not keep his word. I'm sure I will have a discussion with him later about it. You're a captain of a ship. You as damn well better know what you are doing. Or have a contingency plan. He did not have either.
Morgan would like, we've been watching for you guys to go over there. If you went over there, we are going to send somebody buffed up, potions, spells. They're going to be ready.
I mean, he's had many days to think of whatever plan he can.
I would not want to fight Rush one-on-one.
From what I saw yesterday, he would be a challenge, but if I had one well-placed shot, Rush would not be standing.
Yeah. It's hard to have one well-placed shot. You need two. As do I. And you can shape those well-placed shots.
Of course.
Done? But you guys head out of the ward estate. Give me a perception check.
5. I'm so perceptive, guys. I always have been.
Oh, 11.
Hila doesn't give a shit about what's happening around her. Ever. Even when cool shit is happening.
9.
You'll
This is
notice,
going
you guys
well.
won't, you'll notice that up in the sky, the clouds have shaped, and it says,
Great.
Shit. The Lawmakers Inn has the quarry you look for. Just written in the clouds. Just the clouds literally shaped to make that. So it looks like somebody did like air writing, and it's just up in the air.
Gentlemen, we are staying at the Lawmaker's Inn, is that correct?
I do believe so, yes.
Quarry. Well, something tells me we will be safer in numbers.
So let's return to where we stay, I guess.
It's cute, though.
What is that for us?
I'm sure it is. Who else would it be for? Come on now.
I mean, even if it's not for us, I'm interested in finding out who it's for.
Oh, probably. Quiz. If we all start to see a bunch of
what do you
Drow
mean?
around, we'll know. We'll know.
It's not like anything can be done anyway.
No, we'll be alright.
Eva, this is going to suck really bad. You should check it out. Just focus for a moment.
This is gonna suck really bad.
And you watch Ela's eyes just, they turn bright red. And you're on the bow of this ship, looking out, and you see Black Betty and Sabotage just like loading on ships, and they're going through, and they're like going through, and they're giving them better armors. And you watch Montgomery's there, and he's doing things, and he's like putting magics on some of their weapons and such, some of their armors. They're going through.
Okay, so
Adding stuff.
they are currently at the Black Betty. They are buffing up Sabotage. Montgomery, of course, is giving his infusions to them. Almost like they are preparing for a fight or something.
Let me know if you need me to check anything else out. I started scooping it out. I'm going to go outside the bubble and fish a little bit.
Of course. Son, if you don't mind, there should be a fleet arriving at some point.
Very soon.
I'll let you know what I
Today,
see.
tomorrow.
Very soon.
Yes. And I mean, you can conjure, but you watch, he just flies off and starts going off. He'll fly to the edge of the bubble, and he just like dives in, freaking stings the fish, and starts ripping it apart. Doesn't eat it, just stabs it, rips it apart, throws the pieces, and starts flying around.
Sometimes you need some release, of course. I understand.
Clearly.
Yeah. Blink. That was something.
What do you want?
Oh,
And can you give me some?
I'm not doing any more dragon blood. Not yet. I really want to. I would be doing you a disservice if I said I did not want to do that again, because I absolutely do. However, I'm not on it, and
I swear.
I shouldn't.
I swear I'm not.
I shouldn't.
Really shouldn't. Really shouldn't.
I really want to,
Looked like
but I
fun.
should. No, see, I am attempting balance. We'll see what happens. It could very well be bad, but when on Drakengard Isle, I suppose.
Vampire time.
Is this Blan?
Oh, I need to roll for my charges on my earring.
Yes. you
Message.
do.
D4 plus 1.
You get 1.
Can't really roll less than 1.
I get 2.
You could if you rolled and the dice just like balances.
It's just
fall to your side.
like, what the fuck? Just
Count it.
static.
Yeah.
She will just kind of point out from the Ryland estate this direction towards the inn. Just
Garnet? Zuyu Gobi? We are attempting to come up with a blank here.
No charge concerned.
Fucking son of a bitch. He's not that way. We'll try maybe walking up a bit further towards the armorer and try that way.
and yeah, go up towards them and
Remember, to get the inn, you've got to be pretty close. You got to be about to here to hit the inn.
right. Well,
You
Ryland
guys are over
estate.
here.
Oh, that's the Ryland estate.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was over by the Ward estate. I'm dumb.
No, the ward
Ward
is the
shop.
Ryland estate.
The ward shop.
Right, but Ward's shop is over there.
Yeah.
Driftwood
Ward's
Tradery
yeah,
and all that.
the ward estate is. I'm sorry, actually, it's this one.
Lady Ryland is a ward.
Right.
Yeah, Ryland Ward.
My
Ward
bad.
has a shop in here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought
West
we were
has
over
a shop
here.
there,
That's West.
which is her
The other
daughter.
one.
So yeah,
or
she
her
would-
son.
She would want to travel over there to
Yeah.
get the inn,
You'll get within range of the inn, and you're not getting anything.
and then same with just the armorer.
Yeah. So you were within range of the armor initially, and you can kind of travel down. And once you get to within range of the inn, you're getting that he's not in the inn. So you're like, no, he's nowhere in this area from what you know.
Well, he must be somewhere on the north side, hopefully.
Or he could be in the shops or something like that. Because you just, I'm saying you barely
Barely
got
hit the
there.
inn.
Unless you want to go straight to the inn.
Nah.
Gentlemen, what would you like to do?
I gotta come up with something here.
Give me a perception check. Everybody. Not you, because you're...
16.
Oh, fucking finally something decent. 21.
Nice. You can find something decent for me too. 16.
19.
It's going in the right direction.
You guys are noticing that there's a couple of places where you're seeing like flyers that just kind of like pinned to the wall, here and there, and it's a pretty decent drawing or like sketching of you guys.
Oh, Lord.
And it says like the Betty White crew, FYI. That's all it says. Just the Betty White crew, FYI, and there's a picture of you guys. And there's just a couple things.
At least I got my good side.
And you guys, the two of you, you'll notice that there's actually, you see this little grung, just takes it, sticks it to the wall, jumps off.
Catches that.
Do you want to go try to capture? Okay.
At least asking what the fuck is going on. It's like, who paid
He's
you?
at a little bit of a distance.
It's like, who paid you to do that, you little shit?
He will start to, when you start going through, are you going to try to sneak up on him?
Sure.
Give me a stealth check. All three of you guys.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Here we go.
These amateurs.
As we start to go, I will borrow some knowledge for stealth.
Okay. I'll take that.
I will fire up the old arm.
Just remember, if you do damage,
Not
I know.
intending to do damage.
Got a nat 20 and a 22 stealth check.
I got a 22 stealth.
so 22, nat 20,
Nat 20 for a 22.
22, and what'd you get?
9.
9. Okay. So you can see he sees that you're there, and he will start to run from you, not noticing the two of you guys. You look for a second. You're like, okay, yeah, they're still with me.
How far is he?
He's at about 60 feet when he bursts into a full-out run towards the water. You can start running to chase him.
Your knockout shit.
Oh. That's more poison though.
It's like right, and it's like,
Right, but yeah, you're not getting him 60 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
You're not getting him 20 feet. You gotta get him 10 feet away. You gotta be like,
Oh, I'll get him 20 feet away. I can get him 20 feet
Okay.
away. Not with that stuff. I can get
don't damage him. We don't need to.
Not on
It
the
doesn't-
opportunity
it doesn't-
to see.
I am.
And Gorak, I'm sorry, but Hela will cast invisibility on Norin and herself.
What the fuck?
you guys go invisible. He runs for a moment. We'll go through. You guys start getting. He seems to turn around and he stops and he looks for a second. You guys are about 30 feet away.
I will try to, flying, not leaving any tracks or anything, just kind of like get on the flank.
Yeah. Pull to the flank. You kind of come running up, and like last minute, he like sits there and he goes on guard. He kind of drops down as you come running up on him.
How far away?
At this point, you're about 10 feet away. So grab him.
Yeah.
You'll go.
No damage.
Yeah, you'll go visible. You still have to roll to attack, so roll spell attack to hit his AC.
That's my. Sorry, spell DC?
Mm-hmm.
Or spell attack, I mean?
Spell your attack, yeah.
Okay.
Spell attack.
Oh, fuck me, come on. 11.
11. And he just seems to duck away, but just goes through a little bit. He goes, I don't want to hurt you. I don't recommend that. He's gonna eat my brain. Everybody, we told you they won't eat our brains. It's one of them. And he starts screaming. A couple people like poking out their heads, and people are kind of walking like they just kind of look to you and look at what's going on. They're not totally enthralled. And he kind of ducks down a little bit and just kind of is watching. You see this like sheen just kind of covers his skin. I wish you no ill will.
Nor do I.
You might not want to grab me.
Then stay and talk. I'll just back the arm out. What are you doing?
Making money. Putting up papers.
Who paid you to do this?
Well, paid me not to say. Do you want to pay me more?
Sure.
Crept up behind him. You have no idea.
Gorak would be caught up at this point. Like, you guys are all right there. He's not too worried. He's sitting there just like,
How much did they pay you?
how much are you going to pay me to tell you?
I have 25 gold on me right now.
any more than that. Well, how about I leave and I go put up the flyers. If you want to take them down, that's fine. Do what you will. Oh, it's you, isn't it? That's fun. I'm going to go now. And he'll turn and start to walk away. Do you want to try to stop him from walking away?
It's just plain and obvious. Well, did he look like anybody we knew? Did he look like anybody we knew? Like was he?
He looks like a member of Sabotage, probably.
I don't think I ever said that I had taken. I think I might have, but I don't remember taking the vial of poison when I healed Net. So I didn't want them to know that he had that. But
Yeah, I don't remember you saying that, but
yeah,
he's got the thing now. You could say something.
Yeah.
Like, get him.
she'll just kind of sneak up over towards you because I got the fly and just.
He'll walk over and just puts it on a tree and starts just right over there.
We paralyze him.
I'll take it. Come up on him and just.
You spray him,
And she's there.
and you're there, and he's like, interesting. You don't. Cool. He just walks away.
That does not affect you?
Did you just try to poison me? He'll literally like wipe some slime off of his neck, just throws it on the ground. He's like, I am poison.
We need one of these. This is cool.
We're gonna work for you guys, but Captain kind of sucks compared to our new Captain.
Yeah, sure.
I hope that wasn't expensive. He like licks it. He's like, that's some good stuff. Just keep walking. Grung are immune to poison and the poisoned condition.
Yeah, well, I don't know that this toxin is poison.
It is a poison, yeah.
I guess toxin would make it a poison, but.
And then it's the poisoned condition, and while poisoned, they're paralyzed.
Gotcha.
Hila doesn't know.
What a grung is.
You have a pretty good idea, though, because you were studying in poison, so you have a pretty good understanding, though. You don't know Grung be like, oh, so Grungs apparently are covered in poison. That's slime. Which would have been fine if you would have grabbed him.
Oh yeah.
Don't touch
Yeah.
Those
Maybe that's.
frog people, apparently.
Yeah, any creature that grapples or otherwise comes in the direct contact.
Takes one. That is fun. Pricey lesson. I do apologize.
If you want to mark off one charge
But
of your poisons.
without having to pay for the answer he gave it to us. The captain of Sabotage is the one who is basically commanding him to do this.
Well, their new captain wouldn't necessarily be captain of Sabotage. If Sabotage signed up under
Right.
somebody, it'd probably
The
be.
black
Rune
belt,
thing.
so rune thing.
Oh shit. It's not on here anymore.
You've used.
We had 16 doses?
You had 16 doses.
And we've used 3 now.
3 now.
Do you have
No.
energy?
Uh-uh.
No, I have one.
That's fine.
What do you want me to add it as?
You could put it under like other positions at the bottom, but like 16 or 13 paralyzing poisons, or similar paralyzing poison, or however you want to write it.
Fuck. Fucking fuck.
In the sky, 3 shapes. It says, your quarry is was last seen on the south side of the Isles.
How often can these assholes skywrite? That is not cheap. Gives us decent amounts of concentration to do this.
It's not that hard.
What kind of spell we do then?
Isn't it like a third level fucking spell? Or second level spell? Skywrite?
Skywrite is a second level transmutation
Oh, is
that
it a
is
ritual?
a ritual
Oh,
spell.
fuck. Okay. Yeah, I guess
So he
all
can
fucking
cast
day
10
long.
minutes and then concentrate up to an hour.
Yeah.
You cause up to 10 words to form in any part of the sky
Oh,
you can
okay.
see within sight. The words appear to be made out of clouds and remain in place for the spell's duration. The words can dissipate when the spell ends. A strong wind can dispel the clouds and make the spell end early. But yeah, he can literally. There is no material components, just verbal and semantic. He just says the 10 words and shapes them up and basically looks in the sky and he basically writes it in the sky while doing the magic, and the clouds just form to be whatever he wrote.
Norrin, we have a problem.
Yeah, big one.
We need to get the crew of the Black Betty sooner rather than later. If this ground spreads word that we are attempting to poison them, they can fortify themselves against that tactic. We need
But
other
none of
ways.
us. But the thing is, none of us do that naturally. So it's a waste for him to do it. So let him do it.
Yeah, but they, I'm sure, will do everything they can until we try to leave. You are going to tentacle grab. You can do that without hurting the person. Just be careful. It may be a loophole, but the Black Watch, I'm sure, are, of course, watching us. So,
Give me a perception.
holding someone against their will, I'm sure, is not part of their law. 15.
15, yeah. You're noticing you're like the Black Watch who's clearly watching you, and you see some guys just like fishing. Don't have a pole. Hi, guys. Yeah. Definitely watching you guys. They're literally commanded to keep an eye on you guys.
Through the short straw today.
More exciting than anything else I've done. Don't mind it too much.
That is fair. Norrin is especially eye candy.
Did the arm thing, that was weird. Don't eat people's brains.
Don't have a taste for him.
You'd have to
It's
have,
like
you'd have to
7
have
moves
brains.
further
You'd
away.
have to have brains,
Just
right?
watching you guys.
Well, perfect. That being said, I need an hour to clear my head. Let's go get
Are we on the south side of that?
somewhere.
You guys are like right over here, which is the south side. Yes, this is the north, this is the south. You guys are right here. Black Betty's right here, Sabotage is right here, and you guys are staying right there, which you don't know because obviously you don't have your little bed marker.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You don't know where Quiz is.
Maybe let's go gather Mickey, Muck, and Net and get them somewhere else for now.
That does seem like a prudent move. At least so we can keep track of everybody.
At the end?
Yeah. you head to the inn. Net, Mickey, and Muck are there. Muck is going over. You see, he's sitting there, and he has a weapon out, and he's just like using a little sharpening stone and cleaning this brand new weapon that he has. It's a little sickle. Just has it out, and it just glows really softly. It looks like it's almost made out of white light, like metal, with just a white light to it. He's just sharpening a little bit and goes, "This would help me with you."
I'm well trained in that if ever you need instruction.
Oh, I don't think that's what he meant.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't think that's what he meant.
What did he mean?
I don't.
Moonlight enhances my healing capabilities.
Oh, that's not what I thought he was. That's not what I thought
Tucks
he
it
meant.
in his belt.
It's an angry little guy.
It's okay.
And you can see he's got.
He'll be alright.
He's like positioning on like nice new boots, and he's got the sickle on his side. He did a little shopping.
Of course.
And Mickey was like, well, "I did shopping too. I got this little why I can't figure it. I got this amulet. So you should make it to where when I tell people like fight me, they have to. More so.
Have to.
That's how it was explained to me. That's what it is. Whatever they need to do is I need to get a new shield. I like this emblem that you got me. It's great. It's good for like, hey, you're not in trouble and you're not in trouble, but I want to get a good shield, maybe some new armor, good cloak. I like your cloak.
Well, Mickey, you has money.
No, I keep people's money. I don't have money anymore. This took pretty much everything I had.
Didn't you have a bolt of bright silk?
No, Muck had a bolt of pride silk. Mickey, you robbed Mickey pretty well. Remember, you took most of what Mickey had, and you're like, "Oh, I'll take this. Then we'll call it even."
I took all of his gems. I didn't take his pride silk.
He didn't have pride
He
silk.
never did it.
He got like plate mail and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that instead. Yeah, no, he didn't. He never had that. Yeah, his chest was relatively empty. He's got like, he had a couple things, but right now he has 2 vials, soap, a reliquary, common clothes, and 99 gold left over. He had, yeah, he was literally had like, when he sold off all like anything that was of value that was worth just keeping, he didn't have much. He has a pride silk outfit, which he thought about selling, but then he's like, well, then if I take off my plate, I don't have any this nice makeup stuff.
Right.
Well, you can tell he wears the pride silk under his plate for the most part. He's like, but I got this. It should make it easier for me to command and compel people.
Of course. That will do a lot. We are under constant watch from the Black Betty. In fact, they are constantly giving away our location. So we think maybe leave the inn for most of the day. Hang out somewhere else, explore, try to gain the favor of another crew before they slander us beyond all repair.
Yeah, do we want to go looking for other crews?
If you don't mind assisting, that would be helpful.
I'm more than capable. We haven't, what is it? We haven't looked at the noblemen. We haven't looked at the faceless. We haven't looked at the Eternals. We haven't looked at the Bolds. We haven't looked
Yeah,
at...
I've looked at the faceless.
You briefly did. There wasn't a group skill check for the faceless.
I'm open to explore any of
See
them.
if I can do it for you today as well. There's a chance that they have it right now, and there's a chance they don't. So you're not going to be able to get fly till tomorrow, because they literally have to get the proper gemstone prepared.
Is today the day that they're doing their performance? Or is it 2 days from now?
The performance
2 days from now.
is it 2 days from now? It's the 34th, right?
Yeah.
Because today's the 32nd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Because they said 3 days yesterday.
Okay.
Should do the failures on the day of their performance, the 34th.
People are probably talking about it more on the date. Makes sense.
Yeah. Really, we only are left with the faceless, the bolts, the noblemen.
Faceless, bolds, or sorry, the faceless, bolds, the nobleman, the eternal, and the failures.
What do you all think?
How many are there?
There are
Let's see
5.
here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2.
The faceless.
Is the faceless? Tuesday? Sure, why not the faceless? Is that, I mean, sure, why not?
So how long is quiz going to be getting tapped on here?
It's going to be probably another 30 minutes. They're about set. As you guys are kind of gathering up and getting ready in the inn, you're almost done as you guys are discussing this. Yeah, chicken. It's I'll say you got about 4 hours. If you want to see this, can you check it out?
See what and check what out, because we are currently working on a proposition for you.
This is this is Sun.
Oh, okay. I
Because
thought
he can.
you were talking about Rush.
No, no.
I'm like,
Oh,
Sorry. No.
fucking A, alright, Rush.
No.
Like, oh,
Some
okay,
over
it's
the-
gonna get it. This will be a weird day.
You see him checks this out?
about 4 hours out?
Yeah, go get that foot. Yeah, I mean,
I will
you
take
gauge
it.
it. You tell me.
Of course.
He goes through and he'll.
Just, yeah.
You see,
fucking where
there
he's
are
standing.
7 ships that are kind of coming along. You can see a couple of them pulling off. One's off to the front already, but it looks like it's coming around the far side. Which you're thinking is probably the Heartbreaker. You've got the Eye Catcher in the front. You've got what you're assuming is the Hellraiser, and then a couple of extra ships, but it's 6 kind of making a V, and then 1 that's getting ahead of it. And then he looks at the island and he goes through and he's like, 4 hours, maybe? Give or take?
Yeah, I can use they can move pretty fast, so
That
4
way
hours
is-
tops.
Let's go around. I'd say before they're in position to do anything.
Those are the ones we were looking for. Thank you, son.
Yeah. Anything else?
Have fun, fish. Don't get in too
I
much
got some
trouble.
birds.
Nice.
Birds are fine.
Of course.
And just,
And then he says, he's like, I got some birds, and you see it's like has a bird's head
Yes, yeah.
tied to his. He has a little belt, and he just has like a bird's head, just like strings going in through the eye socket, which is ripped out, like under or through the mouth or through out the eye, and just tied through it. And he's just got a little bird head hanging.
Perfect.
You tried being an imp locked in a chain for years.
right? It's kind of,
Gotta have some fun.
gotta have some fun.
Make some new friends, even if they're not talking back.
Right?
You don't know that.
Yeah, right.
Hand on Golrak's shoulder.
The fleet is about 4 hours out, give or take. And all of the fun named ships with the eye catcher, the heartbreaker, so on and so forth. 7 ships.
Well, right now we're in the safest place we could be if anybody's actually looking for us. But
That is true.
we definitely need to come up with a more concrete plan of how we're going to acquire the rest of our crew, which, I don't know, is looking like it's going to be...
Do you try from the inn, by chance?
I ran out of charges.
You don't use a charge if
If they
they're
don't
not
respond?
within range.
Oh, okay.
If
Spell
it-
fells if they're not within range.
Oh, okay.
If it doesn't go through something.
Yeah, then I would definitely try it out.
Do you want to? You feel that you're getting a message sent to you. Listen. So. And you'll feel like the magic kind of takes off. What do you say?
Hello, Chris.
It's not a message. You can literally say a few sentences with the message one. It's not 25 words.
Hello. Sorry, she wouldn't say Chris. Hello, Garnet. We has an approximation of 4 hours until 7 ships. You know which ones will be arriving. Also, just hoping to make a plan. We might relocate north if you would like to meet us there.
I'd be willing to meet you there. I gotta tell you one more time. They're coming for me and for what I've done. This is not your fight. I appreciate you all looking out. You don't have to do this. If you want to go, then let this be mine, as it belongs to me. Do that.
Spend another charge. Well, currently we are all on blast around the island.
We're all kind of fucked. It's going to be great.
As much as we appreciate the sentiment, we are happy to be stuck with you. So, any plan you have, you could let us in on. We could strengthen it.
Tell him I said the more the merrier.
Gorak says the more the merrier.
About this time, he's kind of just rubbing some ointment on, and you can see he's taking like a healing potion and is like pouring it on and just healing up and solidifying himself.
How much longer have I got? Like 10 minutes? See?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. We respond back to you. I'll be ready to meet you in about 5 minutes. Wherever you need me, I'll be there.
Alright, maybe we wait outside in approximately 5 minutes and hopefully he will catch up to us.
You guys waiting outside?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
Tom graded those. 12.
Aha! Now 20 for a 24.
Got it. Drop the natties. Big old natties over there.
Apparently I ain't
Wait a
seen
minute.
shit. 5.
Ooh.
The deuce.
Not big
Okay.
old natties over there.
Damn, Joe. I guess I got the curse this week, huh?
Got the low boys this week. Yeah.
Mm.
They'll come around. They always do.
It's head back over here. I can hear the whistling right now.
Shit's about to go down. You
Yeah,
know
5.
it's coming.
It's
5,
12.
gonna hit hard over here.
24.
24. So you'll notice there is a tabaxi, looks relatively familiar, comes past the inn, glances at you guys, trying to pretend like not noticing you. You guys don't notice them. Walks over towards the shops.
Are we all just kind of like heading off to do various things?
You said you're going to wait for a couple minutes to meet up with the rest of the people. But it's up to you.
I'm gonna just not even say anything. I'm gonna just jet off after tabaxi that I recognize saw.
Cool. So Golrak just kind of starts beelining towards the Driftwood Tradery.
Keep us posted, I guess. All right.
So don't even say it. Just
She heads in towards the shop. Walks over and she goes and starts talking to one of the people. Sets a bag of coin down. The Drow lady, or the Elven lady, walks away and comes back and sets down a necklace. It's a delicate silver chain with a brilliant cut black-green pendant. And she just sets it down. And the tabaxi takes it, puts it on. Starts leaving.
Son, can you hear me?
You don't see this,
No.
but out there.
Yeah.
Sun can hear you as long as you're on the same plane of existence. You can telepathically communicate with it.
Keep an eye on Golrak for me. Give your gun.
What is Golrak?
It's a dwarf.
Oh,
Red hair.
no, yeah.
Ginormous shit.
Where is it?
Uh,
I'm probably about an
South of the
hour
island.
away from the island.
Oh, all right.
I'm a little ways.
Oh,
He was
gosh.
a little ways out.
Can she just?
I believe he has to be within an hour for you to do that, or within 10 feet or within 100 feet for you to bamf him in and out.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. If he's just out exploring, you're gonna have to call him back.
well, as she's trying to leave the shop, I'll just
Because
kind
he went
of
out to get like a good view of these guys.
Right.
He was
Seen
just
them, yeah.
like floating around there, which was still, it would have been like a couple minutes out. Well, he's probably like 30 minutes out.
Yeah.
But
As she's leaving, I'll just kind of like intentionally but unintentionally just kind of bump in, like bump a shelf or bump into her in some kind of way.
yeah. She'd be like, oh, hello, Golrak.
Well, pardon me, you seem to have me at a disadvantage. Can I get your name?
No.
Oh,
And she goes, I'm on business. And she'll move away.
okay then.
You haven't seen this one before. It's definitely not smoke. This is a mostly white tabaxi, white light gray fur, leather armor. You do notice that the leather armor has like black splotches on it. And some sort of black powder is rubbed on it in places as well. But not like black powder.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, do I
No.
know that?
Like
Can I
that
tell
shit.
this?
Explosive.
This black powder wouldn't coat like this. This is like charcoal or something like that. Give me an intelligence check.
Oh, thanks.
I know.
That's the one. There's the couple that I do upgrade. That's the thing. 5.
5. Yeah, you're not sure exactly what the substance is that she's got wiped on her. But she'll walk and she starts going, and when she gets outside, she just runs and just ghosts you.
Oh.
Tabaxis have that sprint ability. She just uses it and she just beelines for their camp.
Their camp?
They have their camp still set up
Okay,
here.
so sabotage.
Sabotage, yeah. She's definitely a member of Sabotage, clearly. She's familiar as a member of Sabotage. But you're not sure who. It's definitely not Smoke. One of the other Tabaxis that was around who wasn't on the ship the other
I was
night.
gonna say, even then, none of them should know my damn name. So this is gonna take some investigation.
But so she'll beeline for there.
I think distance only seems to be
I mean,
summoning it within. But
yeah. Read the
I can only communicate with the Oh, you know what? It's because it's the chain.
He has the thing, yeah.
Yeah,
That's why it's
that's-
the same
it's-
plane
yeah.
of existence.
Yep.
So it's not going to be any less. Some stuff's better. Find familiar. While you're within 100 feet of the field mirror, you can additionally you can.
Now, all I see is it just says I can spend an action. But if there's a range on it, I would understand.
No. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss your familiar into a dimension pocket. Alternatively, you can dismiss it forever. As an action, you can't dismiss it forever.
No.
While it is temporarily dismissed, you can cause it to reappear. Yeah, so you can. Oh yeah, you can pull him back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So if you wanted to, you could.
just action, just.
And he's just watching. So he comes in, and he's watching him. If you want, you can watch through his eyes.
Zon, if you can keep an eye on Gorak for
Yeah,
me.
and he'll watch, and he's going through. He's invisible. With line. We're inside the zone again.
Yes.
Okay. No more marker.
Zon, in a little bit, I will let you back at your will.
It's okay. So you're watching this. You can give me an intelligence check as well.
18.
18.
better than
She
me.
has what looks like charcoal smeared on her, like you'd use for drawing stuff. Like she might be drawing pictures, like charcoal pictures, like the ones you guys are holding of you.
Fucking great. Wonderful. But it's not smoke. It's a different.
It's not smoke. It's definitely a different one.
Talking, of course.
You can give me an Arcana roll really, really well. You're not trained in Arcana, right?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
14.
14. Not quite. You're not quite sure what the necklace is. You probably know what the necklace is, but
I know what it is. Ela does not.
yeah. And she'll just go through, and Gorak comes out, and you can see she just does this burst of speed, heads over towards the camp. Sun's just still staring at Gorak.
Alright,
She's faster.
Yeah, she's way faster. At your will. Go play.
Okay.
Pretty sure every minute is another minute they are defending themselves against us.
We need to get a crew, get out of here.
Needs to rescue the Black Betty crew. They will find others to man that ship.
Your quarry is near the Driftwood Tradery.
If we could get if we could get the current crew off, and they can do whatever they will with sabotage, I must be happier with that.
Just saying, the sky currently says your quarry is near the Driftwood Tradery. Somebody's ritually casting sky right above you. I think you should. No?
Nope.
Ritual spells?
And magic mouse. What that is.
It's not in there. It's supposed to be in there.
Oh.
Hold on. You should have that. Give me a second. I don't know why it's not in there, because it's a ritual spell. It should be one that was in the book.
Dude, yeah. Well, that's what I was going to ask you about earlier, because you gave me, like, ceremony. What the hell am I going to use that for?
I don't know. What are you going to use ceremony for?
Mm-hmm. I guess I could use the funeral, right? Next time somebody dies, I can make sure they can be brought back or become undead.
It's because I did it a weird way, so I think I have to go through. How did I put that in there? Get it through here.
needs a crew. Horribly. We need a crew before we are slandered beyond repair. And we need to get this fucking crew off the Black Betty.
You can be joining in now.
Okay.
Looking like Garnet.
Nope. Some
Just random dude.
street hobo looking dude.
Random dude. Probably don't even fucking recognize you until you say something. I'm just shooting shit. Not very perceptive. Ah, fuck. Sneaky fucker.
So who are you waiting for?
It's like, I know that's what you're there for.
Clearly, just ransom ass people walking up.
You never know who might come up and start talking to you.
That is true. Actually, we are happy to hear from you.
Did you end it on there? Or you want me to?
I have appointments.
Should make
I
sure
have another
all of them are
appointment
on there.
tomorrow morning.
An appointment?
Yes, I'm quite busy around here. I'm noticing the skywriting.
I'm working on it.
Can I make a few suggestions?
Sure.
Number one, we need to figure out a way to see what we can do about figuring the rest of the crew that we know from the Black Betty.
We are all definitely on that same page.
Laura Quinn is offering aid to at least try to coerce a parley with some members. It will not be all of them, I can guarantee that. But
And I can guarantee you, the poison thing's not going to work again.
Cool.
We
You
can-
refresh, it
we
should
can
now
only
show
try.
all
We
the
can only
spells.
do
I tried to make sure it didn't have the doubles.
an attempt one time.
Because it had like
And
the
then we
name
know
Tiny Hut and Tiny Hut,
if it
which do the
doesn't
same
work.
thing, just one isn't.
We can't try it again. If it does work, we can't try
But
it
now
again.
you're just going to have both because I had to re-add
That'll
them all
be
to make it actually show.
prepared against it.
And some are randomly showing twice now. But I'd rather see them twice
We
than
get
not
as
see
many
them
of them
all.
as
So
we
yeah,
can.
Skywright's there, Wrist Pocket's
There's
there,
no
they're supposed to be
crew.
there.
But we have to
Tiny Hut's there.
temper that with knowing that we've got to get our own crew
right.
to get off this feckin' rock.
So yeah, now you
Oh,
should.
there it is.
That is almost more important than saving anybody else from Black Betty. I don't want to see
Rituals.
All of
Do
you.
they take spell slots?
pain
No,
in my debt.
it just takes time. But you could be spending that time while you're waiting, casting this if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah. I got something in my head, but I don't know if it's really.
10 words. Currently, this guy says your quarries at the Driftwood Tradery.
I know what I say in my head because it's me, but
Go fuck yourself.
ignore it. Yeah, do it.
Cool.
Okay, I guess we'll go fuck ourselves.
I was gonna say, I think only dickheads serve on the Black Betty or something.
That would be fucking amazing. I mean, every 10 minutes you can change it.
Mickey will like, oh, what you could do? So, your quarry is at the Driftwood Tradery, spending pearls given by Black Betty.
Mickey, that is a very nice goal.
I would make that happen.
You see these like black clouds form underneath the white ones.
Mickey, that is legend. Wait for it. There.
High five.
That's a new trick. Either way,
Yeah, you watch. He goes through and he starts casting stuff, and you see this like kind of black, like energy starts to well up in him, and it's almost like this like ink ball forms up, and then one of his finger tentacles just kind of in his writing, and you see the ink just disappears, and these black storm clouds form.
that is pretty good. I think we have a really good chance at this one barley with Laura Quinn. Maybe the toxin will work.
Do we risk losing her though?
I think she is capable. I think we all need to be prepared. I'm sure we will have to come up with a reason, something to trade, something that will want them to bring more people to the shore.
Who's me? I'll be the bait.
If Black Betty cares about you.
Yeah.
I think the Black Betty has literally said that they are mostly just wanting their ship back.
They've thrown us all under the bus for this fleet. The fleet wants me. If they can give me up to the fleet, I'm sure they'll get paid a pretty penny.
How could we be offering you up? How have we come across that decision ourselves?
You guys don't want to pay for my debts.
Or
Means that is reasonable enough.
we might see about sending word to the fleet that you are on the Black Betty.
Well, I
Make the
could be on the
fleet
Black
go after
Betty.
them.
I could actually be there. But they wouldn't know it.
That seems like a really good idea.
Yeah, because didn't Lord Quinn say like you're not here or something like that?
That's correct.
Like he can't.
They can't
mentally
tell where I am.
Find you.
The only way they can notice me is if they're standing right there and see person, but this person isn't there with their scrying ability. That's how they can find me.
But that's what I'm saying. Maybe we can figure out a way to convince them.
So
Or
I'm walking around being nobody. Trying to be somebody they're not even looking at. And then they would notice that they don't notice me.
no, I'm just saying to get the fleet to think that you're on the Black Betty. You don't have to know you are. You just have to think you are. We might get the
That's true.
fleet to go after the Black Betty, giving us. Now,
That
if we
seems
can,
like a
That-
very adequate distraction for getting some more people out of there if they're
Didn't the
preoccupied.
Didn't the Black Betty like weren't they the ones who told you were here though? I mean, like it could be a great idea, but like if you were on the Black Betty, why would Black Betty call them here in the first place? I'm like, hey, just come here and fuck us up. That sounds like a great idea. I don't know. That's me personally. Because isn't that what they said? Isn't the Black Betty who originally called them and told you?
Oh, yeah.
Laura Quinn
That's
like,
true.
messaged them. So if Laura Quinn's probably the Black Betty. It's like, hey, this is Black Betty. We have your prisoner. Probably like on that. I don't know. I'd talk to her.
Stalin at least.
Maybe. But offering you up to the Black Betty, that could be substantial enough to get the parley.
And
Well,
since
you're sneaky,
they've
like, sabotage
already
us.
sullied
Enough.
all your names with their skywriting and their posters, you don't want to do it in any place that is easily accessible. Make them go to a place that makes them nervous.
What exactly are you suggesting?
So, we have a proposition to give up
Say,
quiz.
go to the place where the noblemen are staying. Make them wonder why we're going to be over there.
Come visit us on the north side. We would like to offer up quiz.
In order to, for your escape?
If we can get a head start.
I suspect that they get a larger monetary reward for me than they've gotten for that airship.
Is this adequate enough?
Well, it definitely sounds like a move we can make, but that depends on if that's what they're after. Because originally I thought that's what they wanted. It wasn't necessarily about it, trying to get any more money for their cause. Whatever's controlling that ship wants that airship that we acquired to more effectively reach its goal.
The money they get from me, they could buy 3 of them.
There's no doubt about that, but again, I feel like there's something that drew him to us.
I mean, it is vindictive. It does not like losing. It is calculating. I'm sure it sees an advantage to putting us down because we
So
have
is there-
similar goals.
Is there something we can do to maybe prey on that sort of vindictiveness?
I'm sure, but my mental ability is tapped. I'm much more of a swings a blade, sends them to gab type of gal.
Well, that's always been very much my way of solving problems too. I feel like we're definitely
We can do X. Looks nice.
do.
Wouldn't be swinging too many blades on this island.
Yeah, that definitely it leads to be a problem. I was about to say I have a nice fancy new axe, but I can't really use it on anybody's faces right now. I'd like to.
I don't know. We are caught between a rock and a hard place, so they say.
So they're on the inside. Where's our ship right now?
It's in the.
It should be in the hull works, which is right here. Right now, it's in the hull works because that's where they're doing most of the repairs to it. Because the whole, pretty much your whole hull is being rebuilt. Well, do we? Yes, faceless. We're going to investigate the failures on the 34th. We do faceless today. Somebody tomorrow.
I thought I'd been talking to the faceless. I don't think I'd trust him as far as I could kick him.
I think you can kick anything very far, Quiz.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So good then.
Well, what if it was like a little ball? You could kick the ball with it. That's fine.
Mickey's
Those are little
using
balls.
that the faceless are little balls.
They have little balls?
I don't
They
know
have little
anything.
balls. I'm not a little ball.
I don't know anything about faceless.
That is really. But I can guarantee they are probably not little balls.
Nobleman?
The noblemen then?
That's what I was thinking about trying.
Good sailors tell them, yes, come aboard the Betty White who's been slandered all morning long. Maybe. I could try to be convincing. There is only so much I can do.
I know somebody who can be convincing. Don't look at me. Larkin.
She is.
She's their diplomat. She said.
Do you think that she could be a member of the crew of the Betty White?
I was under the impression we were taking them both. Not just freeing them, I thought we were taking
Oh,
them.
we just free
No.
the whole crew and then they just do what they want.
Well, and that's what I was thinking is we can ask.
Obviously, be their own choice.
Definitely said that she owes us.
We can ask if they would like, knowing that we are a huge danger.
I think she would be great for getting any crew, absolutely. But I think we need to figure out what crew we want.
Right.
I like sabotage.
Well, they seem to be taken at the moment. Let's consider them poisoned against us.
And that just glares at Mickey.
I really like sabotage too, Mickey. Well said. Pats him on the back.
Real hard.
I mean, I just personally, as long as that's not the bolts, I think we are fine. I think you have all the cobalt you need in your left.
Oh, Mickey, you wasn't be getting jealous.
I would never get jealous, clearly. And even more clearly, I just had experience growing up with kobolds. Being a kobold, not always the nicest people. They always look down on people. They don't know my legendary strength and powers.
You are quite the unique individual.
It seems like he was bullied growing up. You dealing with some stuff? Dealing with some stuff there, little guy?
I'm sure kobolds have a riveting life when they are born.
So
Crazy social lives.
some of us said faceless, some of us said noblemen. Do we vote?
I just threw it out there. I
You
just
can't get my vote on the faceless. It's just they're. There's the word I'm looking for. It's too sketchy.
skeevy, skeevy and sketchy.
They're
Oh, and I'm bound to take
not somebody that I'd
Quiz's
trust to be out in the middle of nowhere
as,
with.
as far as judging some skeeviness.
I would say that, given the time frame, Quiz, I trust your judgment. Maybe,
Especially in this capacity.
maybe the nobleman today.
I have not had any contact or dealing with noblemen. Try them out.
Give it our best shot. Maybe word hasn't traveled all the way to the
Because
north
they don't look up.
in the form of the paper. Pictures, maybe. I mean, it doesn't matter. We will tell them that we are
Plastered all over here. I've been taking down as many as I can. Couple stack.
I mean, it's not as impressive, but there's this fucking frog going around who will continue to put him. So he's getting paid by Rune Fang to do this.
At least they're making some fun.
At least spreading their wills around.
We need to commit and do something. Because you know what happens if we don't. Don't do nothing.
Every second that we waste is a second they are ahead. Let's move
To the nobleman.
to the noble.
All right.
Just telepathically. Son, please steer clear of the Black Betty. They are a monstrous force.
Yeah, of course I would. I wouldn't think of anything else.
Oh, suspicious.
Impish curiosity. Sometimes you gotta
Stoke
the embers
like,
a little bit.
He's not just sitting there figuring out what that tabaxi was and why she's over here. And
Right.
there.
He's crazy curious. Oh, it's perfect.
He's an imp.
Mischievous motherfucker.
So this is gonna be fun. So we want to go investigate the nobleman.
Yo.
We will. Okay. We're going to start on the side. So what would you like to do to investigate the nobleman, Norrin?
I can kind of with my background, would I have any idea of them just at the start? Or?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You can use that to give yourself advantage on a skill check you haven't used yet.
I don't know
But you've already, the ones that you've given yourself advantage on already are investigation and insight.
history.
History. And go see what kind of information you want to do. Now, and of course, you can always just do, like, and don't roll yet, because it's going to be a group roll. We're going to build it off. You can always do insight or investigation or something you've already done. You just can't give yourself advantage again. You can always do certain things to increase your rolls if you have abilities or things like that that affect that. Like Ela has borrowed knowledge, which lasts an hour, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
so
have to click on it.
Huh?
I accidentally hit it and rolled.
Oh, you're fine.
Disregard. I didn't click on the right one.
Yeah.
So I mean, you don't
Short
have
rest
to do
before we go. I've been saying we should take a break for an hour.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
we say that this was part of the short
Yeah,
rest?
yeah,
Okay.
it's part of a short rest. That's why I said he cut his
He caught
tattoo
up.
finish and caught up.
Cool.
Yeah. And it's about 4 hours till they arrive. It's also about 4 hours till noon, which is when she's going to be about ready. So you can do history, but you don't have to do history. History will give you advantage, but
Who's she?
Laura Quinn, to be able to message.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
it's just up to you. So if you're just better at something, you can keep doing the same thing you're better at all the time. There's nothing
Oh, okay.
wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
You just can't give yourself advantage more than once from your background.
Gotcha. Okay. I'd say insight again
Stay with insight.
though. Yeah.
Cool. Gorak, what would you like to do to try to get vibes on the nobleman?
I think it might be a little bit easier to do what I have been doing, is go and do some work for them, but they're all fancy noblemen, so they might not be the most inclined to be getting their own hands dirty.
Right. They don't have their own ship.
Oh.
So that's the main thing you do. They do have a pretty good camp set up. You could go in and try to do just a general, like, fixing up their camp. I will give it to you, but
Well,
the
so
DC
is
is
there-
going to be slightly
Is
lower.
there anybody just like, hey, well, we're looking for noblemen, is there anybody just like hanging out around in town, nobleman-wise? Cavorting, drinking, doing
They're
whatever?
Mostly in their keep. To find out more around that'd be part of this thing, and figure out what they do and stuff like that. You haven't directly interacted with them because you guys have not gone anywhere where they hang out outside things. So you may or may not have, but it's hard to say for sure. Yeah, and you could go work on another ship and try to, like, while working with somebody, try to figure out what they've heard of the nobleman. But you wouldn't be able to work directly for them because they just don't have a ship or anything for you to work on. And
Have
They're a crew
they
that we can hire.
have they been exposed to these flyers that are around being all nasty about us?
as you guys are walking over there, you'll see that there's flyers mostly spread throughout. It looks like there had to be more than one person who's putting them out.
And I'll probably just stick with trying to do some kind of work for somebody and figure something else out.
Okay.
Can't really flesh out any other ideas right now.
Yeah, for sure. You can definitely go and put in some work on one of the ships nearby and figure out the information you get. Ela, what are you going to do? And that's going to try to do performance, by the way. Sorry.
That's, I would like to be
Yes.
borrow some knowledge and not to be a little more persuasive. Not very persuasive, but I would like to be a little more proficient. So I will borrow knowledge and be persuasive to try and let them know that we are famous for a reason, and we are a familial crew worthy of adventure together.
Absolutely.
I mean, also, if they're doing a lot of work to try and talk shit.
We've got a lot of money and a really great ship. Obviously, they are jealous.
Somebody's upset. Somebody's doing a lot of work to try
We
to
are
get us down.
worthy of nobility.
Absolutely. Quiz.
Quiz is going to try and stealth around, see if they've been noticing these flyers, if they have anything to say about them. If they've been noticing the skywriting, and just kind of wants to see what a vibe from them, what they would think about us before we even meet or attempt to meet with them.
See what they're saying when no one else is around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. And because you guys wanted to stick together, Muck is going to Muck is just going to try to investigate and see what he can find. And Mickey is going to try to struggle to figure out if he has any skills he's good at. That makes sense.
Come on, Mickey.
That somebody hasn't
sounds
already
like
done
all of us.
right now. Well, it's like he's like, oh, he's good at that. Well, nope, somebody's already doing that. Oh, he's good. Nope, somebody's already doing that.
Shit.
Mickey is going to he's just going to see what he hears from them, and he's just going to do perception. Cool. So then we have our skill all drawn up. If you guys want to go ahead and roll.
Alright, here we go.
And then this is going to be Net and Muck
Excellent.
and
Good job,
Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey, great work, guys.
Alright, so starting off, Norin, what'd you get?
21.
21. Gorak.
Mine's plus 10 still, right?
Yep.
So 24.
Net got a 24 as well. Ela.
26.
Oh my god.
Quiz.
31.
Jesus.
Oh,
Total success
no.
considering Muck and Mickey fucked it up for us, but you know.
It still might be
Did
enough.
Muck fuck it up? Yeah, he fucked it up pretty good.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
a 5. Because he's doing investigation, yeah, it's a 5. So that's not good.
Damn it.
Mickey is doing perception, so that's a 9.
Nasty.
What are you talking about? It is not a total success. Unless, I mean, because you wanted them to come out, they're going to try to go through. They're just going to go through. But, what you guys find about the there we go. So the noblemen, there is exactly 30 of them. They have every officer available. They have a captain, a first mate, a quartermaster, a cook, a surgeon, a master gunner, everything lined up that you would need. They have really, really great equipment. They have things like the gloves that help enhance skills. They have really good maps and information and spy glasses and stuff like that. Lots of really great equipment. But the equipment they have is compensating for a lack of general skill. For the most part, they haven't had much time on the oceans. They're relatively new to the sea. They're flexible. They're willing to step down from any role. Anybody who already is an officer will step down and fill just a general crew role. They would rather not break up, the 30 of them. They'd like to stay together. But they have some wealth to push around. They just don't have much experience on the seas, and from what you're getting, they have even less experience with weaponry and fighting and dealing with stuff like that. So they seem to know what they're doing. They have magic items to help them do it as well. They have good equipment. They have enough stuff to get the job done. They just don't have experience doing it.
Well, they have a master gunner, so
It's the lack of experience. I'm saying we do it somewhere else. We need to have an experienced crew, or we'll get shot out of the sky before we even get away from this freaking island.
Yeah, you're with your insight. You're getting specifically that. Yeah, like going through and feeling out what's going on and what they're doing. You're like, yeah, You're looking at it like not only are their weapons are piece knotted because of where they're at, but you're like, man, is that the piece knot it was sold with? Because it looks like it. You're looking at it and you're seeing like their clothes are like overly clean. Just definitely, they seem to not have been weathered at all. They're just shiny.
It's that guy that goes camping and everything's new with the stickers on it and stuff. You're like, oh,
cool.
dang.
Yeah.
they might be.
Hope it doesn't rain. Is it gonna rain on us?
They
Should
might
we head home early?
be the only people willing to go with us at this point. I think they are a good option to consider, but I completely agree.
Rolling a
need
D4 and a
experience.
D6 as well. D4, D6.
We need people who can fight. Really.
For sure.
If we are to survive.
1 on my D4 and then a 5 on the D6.
So while working, he'll be able to gain it'd be 50 silver.
Yeah.
Worth of work. But while you're working and kind of just talking about this, people will be like, oh yeah, they're like, yeah, they have money, they throw it around. They
they throw
try
it around.
to,
Nice
well,
fuckers.
the noblemen, not the people on the ship that you're working for. But like some of the people talking, like, yeah, they throw money around, they gamble. It's actually kind of nice because a couple of them aren't good at gambling at all, but they don't seem to mind going in and losing 10, 15 gold here or there. So that's nice. They tend to gamble in the officers' areas. You'll notice that sometimes they may change who a specific officer is to be like, oh no, this guy's an officer, so we can go up to some of the officers' areas in the Sailor's Ale House that has that the multiple floors of the officer areas. So they'll go up there. So some people are like, yeah, I don't mind gambling against them because they'll lose money, but it's like they haven't done a single thing in the entire time that they've been on this island. They've been on the island for a couple months now. They literally didn't even set up their own camp. When they got here, they paid some people to set up the camp for them while they were investigating the island and trying to look for work. They've been passed over a couple times by that. There have been a couple crews that have thought about picking them up because they're like, well, shit, we can just drag them out to sea, murder them, and then come get a new crew. But they're worried because they're nice enough people. Other crews would be like, well, if you're going to murder this whole crew, why wouldn't you murder us once we don't become... So a lot of people are kind of pushed against that. Plus also they're like, well, they don't seem very good, but every once in a while you watch them sparring and like they'll be doing sparring and they seem to be... They seem to have a couple people who know what they're doing, but it's more of like they'll be like pulling out like fencing masks and like fencing and stuff like that, and they look skilled at that. But you're like, okay, cool. But if you actually,
Are being attacked.
shoot somebody once with a pistol and see how well they are at fencing.
Wait! I gotta put my helmet on.
Yeah, so they're not sure how it'll actually go because you can be a master fencer, and then once a cannon's blowing off next to you and your ship's on fire and you're bleeding from your gut, you may not be
always
that good.
translate.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily work to real life, and they don't think they've had a lot of real life experience. Nick goes in and he kind of performs for them and sings and tells of like the legends of your crew and stuff like that to try to get them hyped up, and moves on a little bit, getting them kind of hyped up and getting a feel for them and what he can find. Ela, you kind of go in and you talk with them, and they'll kind of discuss with you. They're like, yeah, we're looking for a great ship like that, something that we can join. We are all talented, we are all educated, very, very well. What we lack in experience in combat, we make up for experience in libraries and in schools. We'll keep your ship going. Again, we are sailors, not necessarily pirates. So, we aren't as combat ready, but we will defend ourselves.
Of course.
To the death. And Quiz, you notice that they definitely have heard about the flyers. You see a couple of them are passing them around and discussing it, but they don't seem to really care too much about it. They're like, oh, cool. And some people are like, well, that people don't want them here. Like, maybe we can join in with them. A lot of people don't want us here.
I mean, a lot of it, like you said, it's just a picture of us and it just says FYI, the Betty White.
Crew of the Betty White,
Yeah.
FYI.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't necessarily say anything. It just says this is what the crew looks like.
I mean,
Really, it's just free advertising at this point. Other than the bullshit in this
tell you.
guy.
I think this pamphlets aren't for the people who are on this island. They're for the people who are going to be on this island in about 4 hours.
It's about 2 hours now. But that's what the information you guys get. As you're wrapping that up, it's going to be about 10 in the morning. As you're going through and getting some information, you're kind of crossing paths over by the Sailor's Ale House. You'll still be out working, unless you want to cut it early. That might be why you only get a little bit of silver.
Yeah, if that's why, then yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and also they're paying. You got to remember, it's still a shipwright. If he's making silvers per day, it's still a great living for him. But you get a feel that a lot of the people on this island are a little more, a little heavier in coin.
Well, that felt like a waste of time.
They are a good last option.
A good something to fall back on. Nice people, but nice doesn't keep you alive.
Doesn't save their butts in all that fight.
And then by that, we only really have the Eternals to check out.
If we are waiting a couple days for the failures, yeah. And I think that will be the best day to check them out. We know they'll still be here. We'll know that everyone should be talking about them in some capacity or another. Also, many of them seem to be educated in my people's pantheon, and I have confidence that they will at least have some skilled spellcasters, performers, maybe at least people more useful than noblemen.
We're looking for experience. We're looking for strength and fortitude and courage under fire.
And currently we are looking at walking corpses, small lizard people, no offense Mickey, and performers.
So the ones you haven't investigated into extensively yet is the failures, the Eternals, the Bolds, and the Faceless.
Perfect. Our options are looking stellar.
The Eternals are frickin' undead.
So what? That means that...
They'd be biting you in the middle of the night.
So don't get bit.
I won't. I'm just worried about everybody else.
Ah, we can
I'm
have
worried
shifts
about me.
for that.
I don't sleep, so.
Yeah, we've noticed, you weirdo. It is a neat trick, so credit where credit is due.
Mark will be like, death is all part of the same cycle. They just did better in transferring to the next phase.
Okay, so more on that, Mac.
Nature has phases.
Death is a part of life.
Yeah. They just kept their wits about them.
Right, yeah, rotting plants that just sort of scurry around and eat living people. That's natural. That is normal. Right?
And this.
You see this like a little bit of like just this little bit of a
Spores.
cloud just forms around him.
Yeah, perfect, of course. Wonderful.
Great. Just
Learning
great.
every day we are.
And if you think it's not a complete waste of time, we can go talk to the Eternals.
I'm worried that they are. They are what? As capable in battle as a zombie? Great.
Terrible undead, I wouldn't want to be tangling with.
Oh, is the outright notion that just because they're undead, that automatically makes them a zombie?
I mean, yeah, what else would they be? Nothing.
Vampires?
Wasn't there a ghost?
I was gonna say there's definitely ghosts.
Ghosts?
You said there was a ghost.
Maybe the captain is a lich. Could get interesting.
Talk to him.
Skeletons?
Which are almost as useless as zombies.
How are they against, say, psychic? Mental
I'd say they'd be
abilities?
pretty damn good against that. Better than we would be.
Using so?
I think so.
I've never met undead to be particularly intelligent, but maybe the ones that are fortuitous.
Well, remember when we watched the tour? They said you could get the upgrade to where if somebody dies on your ship, they become a zombie or a skeleton, depending on remains. And then if you came back here for just the cost of it, they'd bring that person's mind back to them.
Okay, well,
So on this island, they have the ability to bring people's minds back to them.
intelligent undead.
So they're not
Quite
just like zombies.
possible.
Didn't you say they were like laughing and talking?
Yeah, they're like regular people.
Well then,
But they're
See?
what is the
undead.
problem?
Just proving your own, just like disproving your own
let's
point.
hear,
Is.
let's hear how racist Ela Kikette is when Norin is out here calling people, you know.
It's like trying to have a good conversation with a leper.
Never.
They're alive and their mind functions, but as you're talking to them, their ear falls off. It's a little distracting, but doesn't really take away from any of their abilities, I don't think.
Do we want to just take the next couple hours and maybe go check out the Eternals?
We need to quickly to check them out.
We've got to move quickly, yeah. Let's check them out.
Normally we would, try to spend more time, but that's fine. Norrin, what would you like? I'm going to start on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Quiz, what would you like to do to investigate the Eternals?
I think he's going to use perception and try and perceive how these individuals work together as a cohesive unit, if it's possible, if they're experienced, if they have what it takes to be a better crew than the Sabotage.
Sabotage.
Good.
Easy.
Ela.
I was like to try to borrow some knowledge and be persuasive again. More so tells them I am blessed by Gib. I am well versed in eternalities and blessings of the desert, that our crew is strong, fortuitous. We seek great, forbidden, hidden treasures, have lots of adventure, and come back to offer them.
Good.
And you convince an immortal to leave their cozy life.
Gorak?
They're like me, they're bored, and they're checking skulls.
I'm just gonna use persuasion to try and convince these guys that.
So he's already using persuasion,
Okay,
so you're going to have to use a
that's
different
that's
one.
what I
Yeah,
thought that was
alright.
going on. All right then.
I take a boo-boo on your persuasion.
No, it's I'm just, it was. Yeah, I shouldn't have paid more attention. That was exactly what you were doing the whole time. I was being a hardhead. Then I'm gonna again do the same thing I was doing. I'm just gonna try and do some work out there for somebody who's knows a little bit more about these skeleton zombie people.
Yeah.
Since they also don't have a ship, right?
They don't have a ship.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I don't think they have a ship. They don't have a ship.
Well, they don't have a real ship. They have most of a ship, but it's been destroyed. Their camp is actually made out of an old of wreckage of old ship. But when you look at it, you can tell it's not all the same ship. But there's like lots of pieces of other ship that they use to make a camp.
Shipwreck camp.
Yeah.
Fucking cool.
Little shanty
Nice.
shack.
I mean, that's real.
I'm just gonna stick with insight.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, look at this. Inside. Muck is going to try to use his medicine to get a feel for what these guys are, and figure out if they're actually going to be worth having on the crew, or if they're just going to be all falling apart in garbage.
Garbage.
Actual garbage.
Little garbage. Like
Pile of rotting meat.
would anybody like a drink?
I don't think.
No, I'm solid.
I'm good. I just grabbed one. Thank you. I'm drinking way too much, anyways. I need to drink more water. And then Mickey is going to try to use intimidation to make them understand that if they join the crew, you guys are in charge, and they are not to be eating people, and like you guys are a formidable crew to not fuck with.
Hell yeah, Mickey. You be the kobold to tell them. I got full fucking faith in you, Mickey. Let's do this.
So let's do a skill check.
Oh, God fucking damn it. Motherfucker.
Damn.
Norrin, what'd you get?
9.
9. Golrak.
22.
Ela.
12.
And Quiz.
27.
Hey! Just barely pulls it off.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You got a success. You didn't get a total success. What you find out about the Eternals. So it's most of a war crew that died but stayed loyal to each other. It's most of a war crew. A war crew is usually about 30, but there's definitely not 30. Or I mean, a warship is normally 40, but it's definitely not 40. Closer to 30. They have a couple of officers. Can't really get exactly who the officers are without going too much further into it, but they seem to be very literally die-hard loyal to each other. One of the big things that you're catching, though, from what a lot of people are from kind of the vibe that you're getting from them, is that they just want to get on the seas because they're just bored. You know, they fuck with each other. Excuse me, they fuck with each other a lot. Little things like walking up and just stabbing each other. He's like, "Here, hold this for me," and sticks their dagger, and then the person walks off. The guy's like, "Fucking asshole." They do have a surgeon. Who seems really good, who is a ghost.
Ghost surgeon.
And of course, they joke around and they have their saying, which is Yolf. Of course, you only live forever. So they're really just trying to find adventure and just get off this island and go do fun
Writing that down looks hilarious.
stuff. Yolf.
Yeah. Just looking at it written down, I was like, that's funny.
But they seem to, from what you're getting, they're probably by far the most experienced crew. As
I would hope so.
they've spent lots and lots of time on the sea. From what you're hearing, they've rowed several ships
how long ago
to the bottom of the
died
sea.
Together.
They didn't all die together. They died separate times and just kind of bring each other back. But they've been dead together for, from what they're saying, at least decades working together, dead.
That's an experienced crew. They might not be too motivated too fast, but they know what to do in the right time.
Sounds like if they want to get off this island, then they're going to want to get out of here as fast as we do. We'll probably make that happen.
Is it still? They are really interesting people. A surgeon, a good surgeon, necessary for what is to befall us, potentially. Experience, that is nice.
Ghost touch oil isn't technically poisonous either. So if you really need to work on certain things, you can inject ghost touch oil into certain parts of the body and literally just
Fucking ouch! Oh wow!
like, oh, this rib needs to be reset.
That was well done.
What sort of risk do we run with them, with undead being taken over by the Mind Thrall, or by anything with the Black Betty?
I'd say it's
Is that a
their
potential
if
benefit?
they have their normal mental capacity, so it's.
Like us, I would suppose.
But they've been doing this for a long time, so their mental capacities could be actually better than ours.
Their equipment is very, very lackluster, other than the surgeon. It seems like all of them have like rusty daggers and swords. You're not seeing a lot of magic,
I
so
like stabbing people with rusty daggers. Makes them think about you a lot longer when you're done.
Yes, but dull blades are definitely the most dangerous.
They make the worst ones.
Still. Because also invest in them, give them a little bit.
you
better
would
stuff
be
to
paying
work with.
them. So I mean, if you paid them, in theory, they would
Outfit themselves.
outfit themselves probably a little bit better. And you're aware, you become aware there is they're brought to this point by the Awaken Undead spell. This spell restores free will and sapience to an undead lacking it. After spending the time casting and tracing the magical pathways and using a precious gemstone, you touch any number of large or smaller undead equal to your casting modifier within 30 feet. Within the next hour, the targets have their intelligence, or the target must have an intelligence score of 6 or less to be under the control, or be under the control of another creature. The target has an intelligence score of 6 or less. It gains an intelligence score it had in life, but is no longer controlled by magical means from a spellcaster otherwise. So basically, they gain all of their
They have a free
basic
will
stats.
mental
Yeah.
capacities.
Good thing is, unless they get completely blown apart, you don't have to worry about them being stabbed and dying. You keep on fighting.
Some of them are zombies, which means they do technically have zombie resilience.
So
Which means if it's not radiant or crits, they can literally just get killed. Like, that was fun. It's like, cool. Can you stop trying to kill me?
Definitely dead already.
Most of them are in the zombie category. A few of them are in the skeletal category just because they've been worn down. With some time, they could be brought back into the zombie category. Except for the ghost, which is a surgeon. but they do have an acting captain that you guys could speak to if you wanted to set up something or whatnot.
Should we attempt?
This is actually way better than I'd imagined.
Also, I assume they were all zombies. Most of them are. Imagine that.
There's a ghost.
Zombie type, but they're zombies with their minds about it.
Right,
They're kind of like reborn almost.
I am.
They're not necessarily the most pleasant. Muck's like, I don't. It's fine.
I'm
I'm not hiring them to be their friend. I'm hiring them to get their asses out of this situation.
to be hired
Well,
than to.
I mean, when I say pleasant, I also mean like to be around, not verbally, but just they're-
Orderly? Yeah.
Yeah, there's odors from bodies.
Rotting things? Not good times.
He's fine. Rotting corpses, I am used to.
You can create food and water, right?
I can.
Mint.
I can
Lots of
actually-
mint. Alright, I can
I
do
can
that.
actually purify too. Food.
Well, the water never spoils. The food does after a day.
Or whatever. Well, it purifies it from like
Water
poisons and
doesn't
disease.
spoil, in theory, but you get enough dead bodies walking around, that water might get a little bit.
Starts to get a little
Just
funky.
one or two little, like, somebody goes get a cup of water and they leave like some little,
Fingered, like
little,
drops in
bit
there.
little bits of flakes of body rot.
Yeah, let's, shall we ask for an audience with the captain?
Absolutely.
I think we should.
Captain Net, are you to take charge? Would you like your champion to take charge? Would you like your first mate to handle this? What are you thinking?
I will I'm gonna try to do just like the silent leader, and I'll just kind of let you guys speak. I'll just kind of put on a front. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like you guys speak for me. I'll try to like really put on that strong captain air.
Where this is going. Anyway.
So you can set up with Captain Sargeth.
Sargeth. Captain Sargeth.
And the captain, you can speak. Hey, I want to speak to the captain. Oh yeah, for sure. Gather up. Guy comes up and you see he's got like one leg is like a peg, but it's like rotten over, and you can see like the peg is like connected to the bone, and it's just leg shattered out. It just kind of works. Just comes up to you. What can I do for you?
Captain Sargeth, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I am Ila Keket, champion fighter of the Betty White, and we are hoping to purchase your services as the great crew that you are, in order to help us fly our airship and treasure hunt all around general piracy that you would expect. What say you, Captain?
Piracy sounds fun. I like the idea of it. Airships are small though. You got room for 32?
We got the extra spaces.
We got extra space available.
Right. Well, that's good then. What side of rate are you offering?
Allow me to examine my accountant. She looks directly at you.
I kind of know where all the money is.
We have 20,000 set aside specifically just for crew.
Oh.
Literally, you are the guy with the money.
Oh.
This time.
Oh,
It's like, oh, you're right.
I would convey that to you.
Do you not speak for yourself,
I do.
fish guy? You're one of them Simic ones, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
They're just down the road. They're fun.
He's not one of the blaze well with others necessarily. You have to warm up to him a little. Currently, we have 20,000 gold pieces.
What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Our ship will be ready in,
How many years are you looking for?
well,
How many what?
years.
Oh, years. No.
We are on a massive treasure hunt to travel the great continent and back again. I would say, how much was 2 years or 5 years cost us?
What you said you had 20,000?
20,000?
20,000 for 2 years could be work, depending on what kind of cuts we're getting. I've got my own crew. I'm normally captain, but I'm guessing that strong silent type's gonna be your captain. I've got a surgeon, got a quartermaster, and I've got a cook. I'm willing to step down to first mate. My surgeon knows my people, but if you got a better surgeon, we won't fight as long as they make room, but my surgeon doesn't take up much room.
We
One more look at-
did notice that. I think your surgeon would be exceptional. I don't see why we could not agree upon you being the first mate.
My quartermaster can just be a navigator's assistant if need be, but it's not set. However, my cook is my cook is my cook is my cook.
I was not have an issue with that either. I don't think anybody here would. I have the ability to gather mundane ingredients, meats, things that your cook could use and make better as well.
We eat a little bit. My cook is mainly a brewer.
All right. Definitely.
He'll make sure there's meats for you or whatever, though.
Well, sounds like your cook is our cook. Is our cook is our cook.
We could strike a deal if that's what you're looking to do. You said you've got till the 5th.
Roughly.
It's probably time to knock the barnacles off and get ready to head out.
We have information just in the interest of a fair zeal.
Full disclosure.
Full disclosure, exactly.
Right.
That we are the Betty White. The ship known as the Black Betty.
Yeah, there's papers on the walls here and there.
The Black Betty wants our ship. We will attempt to take their crew alive, if we can, or we will sink their ship. There will be no other options for them.
That's fine. I'm not really worried on any of that. I can tell you,
To have an experienced crew in a airship.
I mean, not in the air, but we know the workings of it.
We could take time and use. We have a very great instruction manual if we need refreshers.
Saying that I probably was sailing ships and dealing with things before an airship was ever first thought up. Been doing this for a little while.
I understand. There's
Seen
different
every
strategies.
ship it could be.
There's different strategies with the airships, though.
Yeah, you don't let it fall.
That's the first one.
Keep the balloon float. Your balloon's your hull.
Part of the first one.
You just defend it. My crew could sail anything. Don't care where it's going. Seas.
How about up?
Yeah.
Quite ways.
I think they could probably deal with more up than we could.
Probably. I can deal with more up, I can deal with more down, underwater. We walked here, carried most of the ship.
Seen much combat then? Exceptional fighters?
I've seen a lot of combat. We've all definitely died once or twice in combat. But we keep on kicking.
So then, you are not afraid to go all in, so to speak?
Yeah, we're fine.
Youth, as you say.
We only live forever. The problem is just don't get boring. If you get boring, we'll just eat you and take your ship back here.
I don't think that we will ever be boring.
You'd be surprised how boring things can get at times.
I suspect I fixed that problem.
We'll try to keep it interesting.
Well, there's people plastering your pictures around town. Somebody put a lot of work to make you look pretty.
Is
You
that-
do? I'd
Not on
save
the-
one or
not on the
two.
poster.
I'm guessing you have something to do with the fact that they're writing your name in the sky, talking about you.
Or other popular that way.
Looks like you got a lot going on. So I mean that's interesting, to say the least.
We are not boring.
But we could sail under the Betty White's banner. Give you a couple of years. See where we go. But like I said, I'd like to keep my officer status. I'd love to keep my cook's officer status, my surgeon's officer status. My quartermaster, he can come or go. He's a good guy. He doesn't need that extra cut though. What sorts of numbers are we looking at when we haul and loot?
We have yet to discuss shares in the way of treasure outside of the current officers. So I suppose that is up for negotiation if you have a general rule you have worked with. I would like to hear.
I mean, there's some general rules you have. It just depends. How many you got?
Currently, we've all been equal shares. There is
Or
only
how many crewmen you got?
7.
7?
Hey, you're gonna count the other two that may or may not be official crew members.
We have 2.
potentially not.
Yeah.
2 potentially. So we're looking at about 40. So let's say we got 40. Generally, well, no, that'd be 41. Call it 9, my 32. Each one of my crewmen gets a share. Each officer generally gets 2 shares. Generally, first mate gets 3, captain gets 5. Just depends on your feel. I'm fine with your captain taking 5 if I get 3 as first mate.
We'll work on that.
Yes. I think they.
I don't need any shares. So you call it 40.
Well, there's more than 40 shares, because once you start getting doubles and triples here and there, it adds up. You got captain, first mate, you got a bosun already?
Wizu.
I've got a surgeon, I've got a quartermaster, unless you've got a quartermaster already. Nor in what you were the quartermaster, but
Oh, okay. Oh.
not necessarily. I mean, you're not. You're basically like
Not trained
making it
in
work.
it, but you were just doing it.
yeah. So that's we're looking at 41. $53 shares. Cut everything 53 ways, or I don't know how you do it. Sometimes you do like at that point you'd make it like a 55, put 2 shares in, that's just all for the ship. Some people do 5 to 10 for the ship, just to make sure that you're keeping your ship repaired. I personally think that should be part of the captain's extra pay. That's what I do when I captain. I take a little extra and keep my ship good.
That makes sense to me.
Why don't you want to share?
I'd come up with my own fundage.
Don't trust a man who doesn't like his cut. A lot of times guys who say, oh, I don't need a cut, take their own cut on the side before it ever gets to the party. Suddenly you start realizing that the shares everyone else is splitting are light because somebody took a little bit much.
Not crazy.
I'd rather everybody get a share, and then if you don't like it at the end of the day, you just toss it back in the hull.
A captain says they'll eat us if they get bored.
Don't be boring.
Well, we keep it interesting, I guarantee that.
And then I don't have to eat anything.
There is more to talk on this, but so far I like that idea. I did say full disclosure. Not only is the Betty White so excited about our departure,
Right?
we have a small fleet of Drow ships.
I've heard it called an armada.
7-ship armada that is also pursuing your crew of the Betty White.
Drow armada? We're talking the Reagan the Earth?
That is the eye catcher, the Earthbreaker, yes.
Yeah. I've dealt with them before. Sunk a couple of their ships. Not too bad. They've sunk a couple of my ships. They're pretty good sometimes. Those are some flagships, though. That's interesting.
Hopefully the fact that we will be up in the air will be an advantage.
It is.
You gotta get up in the air.
We can literally just, and then we are in the
Oh,
air.
getting a smuggler's banner.
Right.
Nice.
If we need to.
That would help a lot. Because the ward isn't that high. Cannons go a lot higher than that ward. And let's just say the Hellraiser's got some cannons on it.
We plan on sending those to the bottom of the ocean.
When you're using scrying orbs to line up your cannons because you're that far away, yeah, they'll get you before you know they're there.
That's impressive.
Plus they got the gun that those assholes made, and he points up the hill.
Great. Well, I think this is a match made in the Golden Castle.
I have no idea what the fuck that means. But if you're willing to pay us and keep us from getting bored, we'll sail on your banner.
Aye, we can do that. And then some.
Do you want us to come up with a list of things we want? Or do you guys want to pay? Are you gonna try. I'm assuming you're good that the money you're offering is an upfront, so that we can be armed and ready and prepared
Yes.
for this.
Absolutely.
Alrighty. Well, that's something I'm definitely interested in getting set up then.
It is payment for these specific services. So, of course, we all know what happens when the world is broken. I'm sure exploding into bits doesn't matter.
He takes a sword and just stabs his buddy and goes, "There's loopholes."
BZ, apparently. Wait a second. That is fucking amazing.
Yeah, this war doesn't mean shit to me.
Well, yeah, because they can hurt each other.
The war doesn't mean shit to you?
No.
You all are my favorite people. Someone else should do the talking. I would offer this man my pants.
I'm sorry. Long past rotting away.
That's totally fine. I understand.
Told you life can get boring.
There is nothing more hot than the man who was born with it. It's like a challenge. No, then.
Well then, no, you're the man. You're Captain Moneybags, yeah? You're Captain. You're Captain Moneybags. So then, I make a deal with you. You gotta go shake his hand, and he literally pulls away, and his hand's just sitting there, and he's shaking, and he takes the bag of money out of the other hand. It's that deal. His hand drops down and crawls up. Reconnects.
I like it.
Crawl and claw. Upgrades.
It's got a lot. Himself.
There's different ways to do it too. You got some fish stuff sewing on you.
Mm.
We can do other things too, depending on what you're looking to do.
You could.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We'll take some time. We'll take some money. We'll get everything set. As of now, we're yours. Don't go and getting killed before the 5th.
None of that. I promise you.
If you guys want as well, depending on where your ship's at, you can always get the bones of toil added on your ship. If anything happens to you, you can join the crew officially. It's a light upgrade for your ship, but you know, I mean, unless you already have it, you already have set up.
We've gone with some other upgrades for now, but that one is an option.
Okay. Well, I will go about getting my crew lined up, getting them all set, but as of now, the Eternals serve you.
Thank you. God damn.
On your ship, this is considered shore leave, which means that you don't go bossing us around until we set sail. We're going to take up the last of our shore leave and we'll be good. But on the 5th, he's in charge.
10-4 on that. Be careful with the visitors. I'm sure you are already of that mindset, but
I'm not really worried about visitors.
clearly that is an amazing trick.
Right, it's the... Insurance. Yeah, bones of endless toil can be added onto a ship. The bones of ancient mysterious creatures festoon the ship. Potent runes crawl across these remains, emitting a sickly green radiance. When a humanoid dies aboard the ship, the creature must make a DC 12 wisdom saving throw. On a successful save, it dies as normal. If it fails, it immediately rises as a zombie obedient to the ship's captain. The zombie gains working knowledge of the ship, allowing it to serve as a member of the crew. The number of creatures equal to the ship's creature capacity can be animated in this manner at any given time. And then you can, if you have that, you can come here, and it's like 100 gold piece to put the sentience back into them. It's not much at all. A lot of people who serve under that will literally save up and get an obsidian and just have it on them. That way, we die and there's like zombie, and you come back here, and somebody can just be like, cool, hour-long spell, brings back. Just an option.
Just keeps looking at her hand.
Well, shall we go celebrate?
Seems like a pretty move. We've done a lot of work today.
It's just about noon. You could head over and meet up with Lorquin.
Try and get Lorquin to send a message to the Black Betty.
Be interesting to see how that works out.
I don't think it's a good idea to send her over there.
No, I don't
You
think
have
we
her.
should
She'd
She's
use
gonna
the
message.
spell.
No, but to like parlay or whatever to.
Yeah, not have her.
No.
She's part of the leverage, right? Because they want their crew back.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Because they can't. They don't necessarily know what's going on
Right.
with her. She isn't mentally connected to them, so all they can do is send sending spells to her, which she can reply to.
Okay, now I'm getting it. Okay.
So we can parley and tell them that we have them prisoner, and if they want them back, we need something from them. We would like to offer quiz for who knows what, some things that they are willing to give up.
You have to come up with 25 words you want to say to them. She's like, come up with 25 words, meet me at noon. I'm going to stay in this cell because they can look and they can see where she's at. She can. This guy can literally, basically, there's just pings on a map for him. He knows where every intelligent creature is within a certain distance. And he can go through, and he can go through and track most of them, and go through. So he sees where they're at. He may not be able to directly interact, but they're there. So she's like, I'm going to stay in this prison because then we can be like, oh, they have. If they message her, she can be like, they have me trapped in this prison.
Yeah.
And that'll draw them out, and that'll explain why she's not coming within range of them being able to tap into her mind and go, oh, hey, you're not a thrall anymore. But do you guys know what 25 words you want to say?
How many of us? We send everybody. We try to gather as many of them as we can.
I don't think we'd want it all out for all. So, as long as they send their crew and not the freaking sabotage. If they send sabotage, what the hell are we gonna do?
Well, I'm sure the sabotage are their bodyguards.
Could be.
But 25 words, what are we thinking?
But they haven't tried to get a hold of you at all, Lorquin?
She goes, they've messaged me. I couldn't respond before. So they messaged me once today. Told them I was being held captive. I've looked for an option to escape.
Something along the lines of maybe encouraging them to maybe facilitate Lorquin's escape? and maybe draw in a couple more people
I don't.
separated from the Black Betty and under the wards of this island. So we'd then have to come up with a plan to how to get them there. But I think that's our best bet with enticing someone else to come into the area.
You guys could offer the two of us up for something. I like the idea of offering you up, but you're like, hey, here's this because we just don't want to have them anymore. You could just give somebody the boot. You know, I mean, you don't just give something away, you want something. In diplomacy, if somebody has too good a hand, like, here, just take this because I don't want it anymore.
Well, I'd say just take because they're tired of me. But you guys, the crew of the Betty White want the crew of the Black Betty to go the other way. If they were to give me up, that would be the price.
Yeah, still just seems like basically just giving everything to them. I don't necessarily feel like it's offering. You gotta ask for something. Like,
Well,
otherwise it just seems too good.
you know more about exactly how much they despised me. Was there anything that you think?
They just wanted their stuff back. It was very important that they got something that you had. So we told them you were here, and told them we'd let them know if you left. We would keep an eye out. We spoke words, made contact, ensured that you were here. Worst case scenario, their armada moves this way. They were already nearby, searching the waters where their ship got sunk. Somebody else sunk their ship. That was not flying their banner. It was one of their smuggling ships, made to look like a normal sailing ship. You were lucky enough to be on there. I don't think you were important enough to be noteworthy there, but from what I hear, you got something nice.
It's an interesting story how I got there, but that's for another time.
Laura Quinn, do you know of any reason that that creature was ever sent your entire crew to shore? Has it ever happened before?
Not very often, but he's got a whole new crew over there now. If it can convince them to go to Forever Seen Hills, he might be willing to give up some of the other members, but generally speaking, it likes to keep itself defended. If it doesn't have thralls, it's not defended.
Well, it has sabotage.
I have a feeling that sabotage would be relatively easy to dominate.
In some cases, really well equipped for combat. They had pistols, things as well.
They have pistols, they have weapons. I sold off a lot of stuff when I first got here. A lot of them had a mass amount of coin. We also bought upgraded items. I don't know everything they got. I literally just showed up with a list, and we got really good deals because everybody bought everything at once.
There are 8 more. There are 7 of us. 8 if we include maybe either Laura Quinn or Amy
She'll
Kid.
she'll like literally pull out, and she like pulls out a mandolin that looks really nice, and she puts it away, and she pulls out a drum that looks like the drum Net has, but it's just nicer.
Mm-hmm.
She pulls out a lute, strums it, puts it away. She pulls out a bandolore, plays it, puts it away,
It's amazing.
pulls out a sit turn, puts it away. All that and my armor is what I got. It's all magic. It was everything every penny I have. I'm left with 44 gold. But
Because you have the capability to charm your old crew to follow you deeper inland, to come have a meal with you.
I would have to get in range of them, but not only do I have the capability, but I'm much better at it than I was before, given the instruments that I have now.
If we can convince him to meet with us, could you then charm them?
I can charm somebody. I can plant a suggestion in somebody to get them somewhere specific. But that's really the most thing I can do. I can hopefully, I could try to break somebody's mind down to make them think they're being attacked, at which point they might fight back, and then the island will do the work. But I'd rather not do that to a member of my crew.
No, we shouldn't do that. But if we are all ready with a dose of this toxin, because attempt to surprise them, ambush them with this, each one of us take one member, try to get them deeper inland to Lady Ryland's dungeon. I mean, one for one, I think we could do this. Do you know of any of them being immune to poison?
Some of them are highly resistant to it.
Maybe you could suggest
I don't know necessarily
one
they're
of them
immune.
who might be closer to immune.
It'd be hard to say. But really it just comes down to how we want to do this.
If you can suggest maybe one of them walk themselves to Lady Ryland's dungeon, and the others we can toxin. But we have to get all of them online. I say we offer them the ship. We bring them a contract that says, here is the deed to the Betty White. Give us your crew, and we ambush the crew.
Problem is why. It just doesn't sound. If I personally got a note from you saying, "Hey, we're going to give you the ship," if I would have showed up here and you guys did, if you begged our forgiveness and took the ship, we were still planning on going out into the ocean and killing you. Was the plan for killing Dreadbeard and for setting us aside. We were meant to get another crew no matter what. The main thing is you can offer the ship, but why?
We want to
What
offer
is it
this
to-
island with our lives intact. You can see the armada closing in.
The armada is already here.
So
Let the quarrel be with Quiz. We give the airship back and we call all that's forgiven.
Well, why don't
We
you
could
take
even
a-
say that we are returning Lorquin and Aiken, but the whole crew has to be there as insurance.
Second, you add the whole crew has to be there. That means that he is left undefended.
He has sabotage, so.
They're not
Yes, but
volatile.
sabotage isn't completely under his control. If their will is stronger than we assume, then I would assume, then maybe they could break free. Then he's simply got his walls to protect him.
So it seems to do a pretty good job anyway.
No? But think of the best way to put this into 25 words, and I will send it to them, and we will figure it out from there. And that's where we will call it for the day. So we thank you guys for joining us for episode 24 of Ocean Bound. It is a little past that time, so I'll let people get off to sleep because I know morning comes early. And I have to spend 20,000 gold on all these people and get them all drawn up and ready to go. So that'll be fun. But we thank you guys for joining us. Be sure to comment, like, subscribe, do whatever you want. Let us know. And we will see you next Tuesday.
Peace out.
Bye now, y'all.
Thanks for watching. Hopefully the power won't go out.
Oh, yeah.
That was a fun one.
Shoot.
Trying to avoid that one.